Can you folks hear me? Can people hear me? Yes? Thumbs up all around? Okay, thank you.
Good to go.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. We will reconvene. We had a morning of a few ups and downs in terms of our ability to broadcast and receive signals, but we think we have it in place now. So I will call us all back to order, and we will begin this afternoon with a presentation by the government of Yukon. So I would turn it over to whoever is going to lead that presentation, and whoever that might be. John Bailey? Mr. Bailey?
Yeah. All right, thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Bailey, Deputy Minister of Environment with the Government of the Yukon. I want to start by thanking the Water Board for holding the hearing in the public interest on what's a very complex and important topic of placer mining in wetlands. I served on the Water Board many years ago now, and I know how challenging it is to set up and run a hearing under great circumstances, and the board and its staff really have to be commended for being able to organize and carry this one off under these pretty unusual conditions that we're all facing. This hearing is an important step for all parties to provide representation, share perspectives, concerns, and information, and listen to one another. I know Government of Yukon staff that have been on the call earlier today. They've been listening closely to the representations and are looking forward to hearing from those that are yet to come. Today, the Government of the Yukon is going to have 4 separate presentations as part of our representation today. The first is going to be about geology of placer deposits and wetlands in the Indian River Valley. We acknowledge that this hearing is about placer mining in wetlands across the Yukon, but it's safe to say that most of the interaction between placer mining and wetlands is currently taking place in the Indian River Valley. Jeff Bond, who's the head of surficial geology with Yukon Geological Survey, is going to deliver this presentation. The second one that we'll have, it's also going to focus on wetlands in the Indian River Valley, but provides specific information about Government of Yukon's approach to balancing development and conservation. This interim approach for management of placer in the Indian River Valley is focused on reclamation and protection of hard-to-reclaim wetlands. Todd Powell, who I haven't seen showing up here yet, but I do see Nathan Miller, who's Director of Strategic Alliances Branch. Todd Powell's with Mineral Resources, both with the Department of Energy, Mines and Resources, will be presenting that component of our representation today. The third presentation is going to be on a broader, from a broader aspect, and it's going to describe the overall wetlands policy currently under development through YG. This initiative has been carried out through a roundtable process with First Nations, industry, and stakeholders, and it's intended to provide guidance around the stewardship of Yukon's wetlands. This includes how we work together to ensure that the benefits of Yukon wetlands are sustained for all. Tyler Kuhn, he's our senior habitat biologist at Department of Environment. Tyler's going to be making this presentation. I'm going to be returning to deliver a closing component where I'll bring these initiatives together and discuss Government of Yukon's approach to management of wetlands, the impacts of placer, and the linkages to some other initiatives, and providing a few concluding remarks. Before I turn things over to Jeff, I want to briefly address the 3 questions that the Water Board asked for the Government of Yukon's perspective on. Respecting the first question on what information should be required to support a water license application related to placer mining activities in wetlands, I can say that we support the development of guidance materials to inform proponents. The government of Yukon's provided comments on the board's draft wetland information guidelines, which was previously known as the wetland plan guidelines, in January of this year, and I can reaffirm our commitment to continuing to work collaboratively with the board on this initiative. With respect to the remaining two questions on how conservation, development, and utilization objectives for wetlands can be balanced on an application by application basis, and what wetland reclamation objectives should be considered during the water licensing process, our presentations that you're going to hear this afternoon are going to provide Yukon government's perspective on these matters for your consideration. So I again want to thank the board for the opportunity to provide representation here today. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Jeff Bond for our first presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Appreciate that. I'll just get the talk set up here. All right. Yeah, thanks, John. And is everybody able to hear me okay at the secretariat there?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, my name is Jeff Bond. I'm the head of surficial geology with the Yukon Geological Survey. I'd like to acknowledge as well my colleague and co-worker, Sydney Van Loon, with the Geological Survey, who spends a considerable amount of time in working with placer miners and in particular in the Indian River Valley, and contributed to the construction of this talk. So what I want to present on today is a little bit of background, kind of building on a little bit of what Scott Smith presented on this morning and going into some details about the geology of the alluvial deposits in the valley bottom, which really underpin the wetlands in this valley, and I think inform us about the geology of wetlands and other places within the Klondike Plateau. So the purpose of the talk is really to help and develop mining strategies and reclamation techniques. If you understand your surficial geology and you understand the relationship of this material to the relationship of wetlands, then I think you can, you have a better chance of achieving reclamation success. And I think that is really what I think this third question that the Water Board was asking, what wetland reclamation objectives should be considered in the water licensing process. I think this talk can help inform on that particular question. So just a talk overview, I'll give a little background on wetland distribution and placer production in the Indian River Valley. Just go over the geography of the Indian River Valley for those who don't know the areas as very well. And then we'll focus on the Little Flake Mine study site, where we'll provide details on the stratigraphy, sedimentology, and radiocarbon ages that we've derived from there, and then from that kind of pull together a floodplain evolution and explain the wetland geology, and then relate this back to sort of the purpose, which was, how can this help us, mine plan better and inform our reclamation strategies. Okay, so in terms of the background, in terms of wetlands within the Klondike Plateau specifically, Scott put up a related diagram, this one for the Hwëch'in traditional territory. This one's for the Klondike Plateau and shows the wetland distribution according to predictive ecosystem mapping work that was done previously. It's not my work, the predictive ecosystem mapping. It's publicly available data sets that I've worked with. Anyways, there's about over 5,000 square kilometers of wetlands within the Klondike Plateau, according to that type of mapping. Accounts for about 5% of the total landscape, which is consistent with what Scott was suggesting for the Yukon, and 29% of those wetlands are within the Yukon portion of the Klondike Plateau, and 0.05% of those are within the Indian River itself. In terms of placer production in this drainage, and I think this is important to put into perspective, there is only one Indian River drainage in terms of gold deposits in the Yukon. Regularly, the Indian River is producing 50% of the placer gold, within the territory. It's It's definitely the premier producing watershed in the territory. It employs directly about 250 people in the industry there each summer, and has produced over 2 million ounces since historic days for a modern value of just under $4 billion. In the last 10 years, there's been about 232,000 ounces produced from the drainage. So there's definitely, there's a reason why we have this conflicting interests, I think, in the area, and the placer potential and the placer history is definitely long in this particular drainage. Okay, so in terms of the geography, I'm just going to quickly go through sort of what some of the areas look like in the Indian River drainage. The upper reaches is defined by pretty much, tributaries like Australia Creek and Dominion Creek. Pretty wide, mature valleys. There are low terraces on the margins. They're again dominated by fen-type wetlands. In particular, there's shallow open water wetlands closer to the river itself. As we move downstream through the middle section of the Indian River Valley, this is where the bulk of the placer mining is occurring. We can see a similar sort of landscape in this area where there's a high bench on the south side of the valley in particular. The river tends to hug the north side of the valley, and we have this fen-dominant wetland that occupies the bulk of the floodplain or the lower valley slopes, which can also be found on some of the terrace levels in the distance. In the lower reaches of the Indian River Valley, the Indian River is quite different. This is where the Indian River is really starting to incise into the surrounding bedrock and into its old floodplain deposits. And we see, confined meanders within sort of bedrock highs. And the landscape is much more drained. There are wetlands. They tend to be more restricted and confined to, proximal to the river itself. Okay, so the study site, I just want to go into some details, is located just upstream from Eureka Creek and downstream from Dominion, Australia Creek sort of confluence. It's in the Indian River Valley itself. It's where the star is located. This is also shows the wetland classification mapping that was completed in this particular area. And the environment in terms of wetlands is predominantly fen landscape. This is a slide that you saw earlier in Scott's talk. This is the location of the study site, looking east up the Indian River Valley. The fen in this particular area here is predominantly fed from the north-facing slopes. This is the cold aspect slope, and it's consistent with the peatlands that are fens in that they are fed by mineral-rich surface waters and or groundwater. Okay, so when we're talking about the stratigraphy underlying these wetlands, it's pretty consistent in the Indian River Valley. We've got the total section thickness in this area is just over 5 meters thick. We've got a coarse gravel at the bottom, close to where Sydney's standing. We got, and that what we call Unit 1. That is the placer deposit in the valley bottom, and it's quite distinctive in that it contains larger rock, and it's poorly sorted generally, and yeah, there can be wood and debris in it like that, but there's just generally just larger rock. Unit 2, is finer grain gravel. It's better sorted. It tends to be iron stained a bit more, and doesn't contain near as much gold. And then all of that is overlain by a mixture of silt and organic material. And if we look closely at that, we can see that there is some interbedded aspects to the silt and the peat layers that are now buried within that overburden, as you would call it if you're a placer miner. So that's Unit 3. And then on top, you have about 60 centimeters of sort of your active peat beds that are, form the modern day fen deposit. Okay, so we did some radiocarbon dating in here just to understand a little bit about the evolution of this silt material and the organics overlying Unit 2, and also sort of get a sense of the age of the placer deposit. So The oldest material in the valley bottom, near the bedrock contact, is beyond the range of carbon dating, so it's older than 52,000 years old. This is in pretty old gravels. We don't know the age specifically for Unit 1. For Unit 2, though, we get dates that are well within the carbon dating realm. This one is 6,100 years old. And moving upwards into the silt deposits, the lower parts of the silt, we have dates just under 5,000 years old. And above that, we get dates that are 4,285 years before present. And then closer to the top, we have some organic material that dates to about 1,872 years old. This isn't the old or the youngest material within the silt deposits, but it was some material we could actually get woody debris to date. Okay, so what is the significance of this? First of all, I just wanted to draw your attention to the sedimentology and the stratigraphy of the organics and the silt material in Unit 3. As I mentioned, it's an interbedded unit, and it's not uncommon to see about 15 centimeters of more pure silt overlain by peat, and then you get silt again. So it's not just a peat unit. It is really a mixture of both silt, which is reworked loess or windblown silts from the valley sides that has been brought down into the valley bottoms. But what happened 6,000 years ago that triggers polutification? Polutification is the process of peat initialization on previously dry environments. And so there must be a shift in the hydrological balance and the soil moisture conditions about 6,000 years ago. So if we can imagine what the valley looked like 6,000 years ago, at least this is how I imagine it. Really, we have an Indian River that is occupying the bulk of the floodplain valley bottom, whereby it's reworking bank to bank nearly. And you would have had wetlands in this environment, but they would have been more restricted to oxbow lakes and shallow open waters type wetlands, I'd imagine. We didn't see buildups of organic material in any of the fine gravels within that section that we were mapping. But after 6,000 years ago, we see the river much more restricted to the north side of the valley, and a big chunk of the floodplain is overlain by silt and organic material and ultimately wetlands. So around 6,000 years ago, if we look at sort of climate models for the Northern Hemisphere, we can see a shift where our climate overall has started to cool. After the end of the last ice age, from 12,000 to 6,000 years ago, we were historically quite warm. And then as we moved into sort of what we call the neoglacial conditions, there was a general cooling trend, and that seems to be recorded in the deposition of silt within the Indian River Valley. And that ultimately results in the Indian River really hugging, as I mentioned, the north side of the valley. And it's not able to work effectively the south bank as often, mainly because you have this the control of the silt pushing in a way the floodplain to the edge of the valley bottom. And so when you look at the silt thickness in cross section, it definitely thins from right to left in this photo. So that would be from the south side of the valley to the north side of the valley, looking east up the Indian River Valley here. So there's definitely a kind of a wedge-shaped silt layer in the valley bottom. So 7,000 years ago, we might have had an Indian River Valley that was much more, had the river was occupying a bigger part of the valley bottom itself. And then beginning about 6,000 years ago, we see the silt creeping across the landscape. It's interbedded with peat as you have stability. With that, you're getting permafrost, as shown in here in purple, in the gravels underneath the insulative cap. And that continues to push the Indian River Valley to the north side. And you have ultimately, a much more confined drainage in what is a very, very broad valley bottom. And we can see this in the stratigraphy of other mine sites. This is located just downstream, and we can see within this cross bedding which indicates that there's a migration of the river to the left in this picture, which is to the north side of the valley. So there's no wetlands really obviously preserved prior or in the record of the Indian River Valley prior to 6,000 years ago, at least at the site we were studying. There's a change to a cooler and wetter environment after that time. It results in siltation onto the floodplain. This really sort of speaks to how dynamic the wetlands are, I think, in the Yukon. The silt layer increases the soil moisture, facilitates permafrost, and ultimately peat accumulation. And of course, there's evidence of peat accumulation on silt layers as thin as 15 centimeters within this stratigraphy. So if we look back at the purpose of this talk, it's really to help sort of develop mining strategies. The hillside hydrology is important, or at least hydrology within the valley itself. So looking at your hydrology is quite important in the planning process. And then time, well, how long? You know, because a good portion of these wetlands they are related to the presence or absence of permafrost, in this case, the presence. So we have evidence in the Sulphur Creek Valley, a tributary to the Indian River, where permafrost is redeveloping within mine tailings that date back to the late 1950s. And so with proper sort of restructuring of the landscape, I believe that permafrost can regenerate rather quickly in these environments. And of course, the high value shallow open water wetlands are fairly simple for the mining industry. That's a very common type of result left after mining in terms of the settling ponds. So if we look at previous practices, it's easy to point out faults and things like that, but I think we can also look at some of these areas and say, okay, where was their success found? And I think we can agree that there are some wetland environments in a place like this, shallow open water. There's potentially some marsh and swamp environments in something like this. Certainly there could have been more top coating on some of these piles to increase the regrowth of vegetation. But I think we can learn a lot from past mining practices and environments and look for places where there was success and try to mimic those areas as much as possible. So when we look at mining strategies, I talked about material segregation. This is extremely important, and it's being achieved at a number of different mines. Certainly the conveyors, excavator mounted conveyors that are being employed more and more are very good at separating the organics and silt material from the underlying gravel. And this is particularly important if you want to layer materials appropriately in your reclamation process. And this is the mine on the left demonstrates whereby you're keeping your materials fairly close to your mine cut, which also reduces the cost of layering in the material subsequently. Similarly, on the right-hand photo, there's a good example of material segregation occurring. When you do that, it makes for easier progressive reclamation opportunities. This is an example from the lower Indian River Valley, again, where you've got material segregation occurring with a conveyor. The gravels can be seen in those conical piles, and the organics are preserved on sort of upslope position behind the conveyor itself. As I mentioned, hill slope connectivity can be important too. This is an example of how to do it, again, from the lower Indian River Valley, whereby your contouring is especially important if you're trying to achieve that connectivity. So just to conclude, and answering this question of what wetland reclamation objectives should be considered during the water licensing process. Well, in my mind, we want to maximize soil moisture holding capacity in reclaimed areas through top coating. That's already mentioned in many of the best management practice documents that are out there, I believe. We want to maximize the potential for wet soils through proper landscaping, and recognize that that mining also does sort of sort of fluffs up the gravel, if you will, and it results in sort of some positive relief landforms are going to occur. And we have to look at that as offering some soil diversity, I think. Again, maximizing hydrological connectivity as much as possible and really understanding that. And then also recognize, and I think this was stated in Scott's presentation, that you know, the wetland type is going to change from fen dominant to marsh and shallow open water dominant wetlands, and that's that change is something that's you know, it's just a fact, and you know, with this type of disturbance on the landscape. So I'd just like to conclude with a shot from the Lower Indian River from Slate River Mining's site. This is an area that was reclaimed, I thought, quite well. There's a good A horizon that's developed already on the site. It was mined about 18 years ago or so, and there's a good you know, mixed forest growing in this environment. This is not a wetland site, but I think it demonstrates how material segregation and handling practices can really facilitate rapid reclamation opportunities in the valley. So thank you for your time.
Thanks a lot, Jeff. It's John Bailey here again. Yeah, just in terms of questions that the board may have, we were going to run through the presentations and then, you know, hopefully provide adequate time if there's any questions for any of the presenters. Next up, I see Todd's there. Todd and Nathan are going to present next, and I think Todd's going to kick things off, and then Nathan's going to pick up the second half. So go ahead there, Todd.
Thank you. I'm going to see if I can make the screen share thing work. Here's my attempt at that. Looks like it might. That's great. If I can make it work properly, then that'd be even better. Oh no. Here we are. Hopefully you can see me. I can't see you, but I can see a screen. So I'll just get going. Thanks everyone. My name is Todd Powell. I'm the director of the Mineral Resources branch here at Energy Mines and Resources. And what I'm going to do here today briefly is just to talk about the interim approach to placer mining in wetland areas, and so specific to the Indian River. What I wanted to do is to be able to speak to its origins, the goals of this interim approach, the implementation of it, and the temporal aspect of it. Nathan's going to also do some more discussion about, you know, how are we going to modify and update this to be a long-term approach versus interim. It's a policy, really is what it is. We don't call it a policy per se. We used the very clear title of interim approach to make the temporal nature of this pop out, that it is a short-term way to address the concerns that exist in the Indian River. It's specific to the Indian River, so it's a watershed approach, and that reflects a little bit of what Scott Smith said earlier about dealing with reclamation. You want to do it on a watershed basis. This is what this approach does. It's been built to address the balance of interests, and we've seen a number of comments about that in this overlapping area, and so obviously there's a variety of interests at play here. The origins, or where does it stem from, is a memorandum of understanding between Yukon government and Hwëch'in, and you can see here on the screen that was signed in 2017. And that memorandum was to make a policy and guidelines for the protection and reclamation of those wetlands found in the Indian River. The discussions between TH and YG have been pretty important and instrumental in finding a way to develop a multi-pronged approach to address this issue. And as such, out of that came this interim approach, and it has many facets. Nathan will speak to a few of the other facets that I won't touch on. One element of this, though, is to focus on the partial protection and reclamation of those wetlands that are disturbed by mining in the Indian River. What we needed to find was a way to minimize the effects of placer mining activities in those wetland areas, and to take a principled approach to do that. So the principles at play here that EMR employs are: avoid wetland mining in wetlands where possible, where not possible, to minimize the effects of that mining activity in those wetlands, and to reclaim those impacts to wetlands post-mining. We were looking to find a balance between the wetland conservation needs and the development interests for the Indian River, And so the interim approach becomes for us a key tool which directs the regulators, and so that's EMR and Yukon Water Board, into how to address these individual applications within the scope of the approach and for the approach's goals. And so as two regulators both addressing this issue, this policy gives us these key tools. It became effective in January 2015, or pardon me, January 15, 2020, and it's implemented through the decision body. And so the decision body for placer mining land use applications is EMR, so that's through the Mineral Resources branch here, myself. And out of that comes a decision document that's then referred to, if it goes forward, to the Yukon Water Board for licensing. And you'll recall that the chair mentioned earlier today that there's a licensing delegation for the placer mining authorizations to the Yukon Water Board from EMR for the purposes of licensing both the authorization and the water license at the same time. It's an efficiencies construct. It dates back from 2003. What the licensing body may do is to add terms and conditions to either the authorization and or the water license. And that's what the board's role is in this case. New licenses, if I'm going to hopefully make my next slide appear. Try that. There we go. So next piece about how do we implement this thing. So any new license in the Indian River area are now subject to these conditions that is coming out of the decision document plus new terms and conditions through licensing. And so the DD will now include, all those decision documents now include going forward, options to avoid mining in wetlands areas altogether. So define wetland areas, it is up to the miner to describe whether or not they want to go forward and do that. Apologies for the extra noises here. It also includes a quantum of preservation. In other words, an areas of wetlands that must remain undisturbed despite the mining process. And so that's the 100% of bogs must be avoided, 40% of those fens must remain undisturbed, and that is on a per claim block basis because that's how it's regulated, is per claim block per application. If wetland disturbance does occur, or is planning to occur, pardon me, then a reclamation plan for those wetlands must be submitted to the Chief of Mining Lands and be approved before that activity can take place, even though a license is in place. So a plan approval, post-licensing, is still a step a proponent has to take before they're allowed to mine through those wetland areas once they're identified that that is their plan. So just briefly, why did we focus on bogs and fens? The discussions between Yukon, TH, and many other parties all kind of pointed towards those peatland areas are most difficult to reclaim. Bogs in the Indian River, they're unique, formed by permafrost, have different characteristics. They're not particularly diverse, as been noted. They're a little bit more rare, but they're pretty hard to reclaim by all accounts from all the conversations that I've been privy to and others in the run-up to the building of this interim approach. Fens, they're much more extensive. They're much more diverse. As Scott Smith noted, there was 11 different plant communities represented in those fens in the Indian River, so that's more biodiversity. They're also difficult to reclaim. And so those became the two focus areas for that preservation aspect of the interim approach. In order to get to, the planning side of things, we asked that a wetland reclamation plan be developed for approval prior to any mining in wetlands identified within a claim block. And so there were some resources within that and some requirements. The resources really stem from a 2016 map on wetlands developed by EMR that outlines in those main stem areas of the Indian River all of those wetlands by the 5 types. That's an important resource, and it is the cornerstone of all the mapping that is used to describe future reclamation. There's also guidance items out there, and I'll point out specifically there's a wetland reclamation guidance, we call it the Ruby Creek Guidelines, that gives us the how on how things must be done. And Jeff has also laid out a number of those considerations, as did Scott Smith earlier. There's also some other elements in there that need to be considered. It's not only the how, but the where, as well as the when, in order to form a wetland reclamation plan that could be considered for approval. And so for those disturbed wetlands, we want to know Not just how you're gonna do it, but when you're gonna do it, and specifically where you're going to do it. And those are the guidance pieces going forward for a plan to be approvable. Once we get to that point where a miner has decided that they want to move forward and mine in the wetland per their license conditions, then they have another step to do as well, which is to send the regulator, in this case EMR, a verification map of their site at the start of their license. In other words, an as-built, because some of those sites have been active for a long time. Some of them have been mined out and reclaimed. And what we need to see is an accurate map of the site at the start of license so that the conditions of the license and the plan can be based off of those things. Conditions of the license can be adhered to, and the wetland reclamation plan can be based off the site as it starts at the beginning of a license. It sets out those areas that are not wetland areas, and so therefore don't require a wetland reclamation plan, but must adhere to regular reclamation requirements. And it sets out those areas that are wetlands. Also, we'll be seeing from that plan, the reclamation plan, which areas won't be mined. In other words, we'll adhere to the 40% of fens remaining undisturbed, 100% of the bogs, and how those other areas are going to be reclaimed to. And again, this is the miner's choice. They don't want to submit a plan, that is their choice. They can mine in those non-wetland areas per their license conditions. But if they choose to mine in the wetland areas, then plan approval is required first. At that point, we get into the consultation and approval of plans. Once we have a plan in front of us that meets those needs and criteria, then we'll move forward with, does that plan consider all of those conditions of the license? Does it follow the guidance? Does it show enough details around time and space in order to be considered good enough to be considered for approval? At that point, the Chief of Mining Lands, now I'll just mention briefly the delegation between the Yukon Water Board and from Yukon government, moves back and forth. At time of licensing, it's Yukon Water Board. In the plan approval stage, that is for the Chief of Mining Lands here at EMR to do. That requires consultation though. Our commitment, EMR's commitment in this was to consult with Hwëch'in on those plans before they're approved so that all factors can be considered. Interestingly enough, I just received the very first of these plans submitted today of all days. So I'm excited to dig into it. I haven't looked at it yet. So working towards what the final policy will look like. There's a lot of opportunity here to utilize these early plans to learn from how to get these plans into a form that are useful and usable, to evaluate how the implementation of this process goes, to understand if we've done the right job in setting the trajectory of these reclaimed sites towards the right form of wetlands. And as Jeff just noted, that changes over time. And also to gauge the effectiveness of the guidance that is provided. There's more work to be done around studying how to get this done. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to Strategic Alliance's Nathan Miller, who can talk about that briefly. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Todd. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nathan Miller. I'm the director of the Strategic Alliances branch with the Yukon Government's Department of Energy, Mines and Resources. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide some comments to the Yukon Water Board today. And I'm going to talk a little bit about where to next, and the revision of the interim policy and how to move towards a final policy. So the 2017 Memorandum of Understanding between Hwëch'in and Yukon government sets out how our governments intend to work together on the development of a policy and guidelines for naturally occurring wetlands affected by placer mining in the Indian River watershed. Todd described the interim approach that Yukon government implemented in January of this year. And I did want to acknowledge that Hwëch'in has communicated to us that they don't support the interim approach. What I can say is that we continue to be committed to this process of working with Hwëch'in under the Memorandum of Understanding. And though this work has been on a recent hiatus, we look forward to advancing these government-to-government discussions. Our recent discussions focused on the need for a wetland study. and the Yukon government has committed to providing funding for such a study. Our initial discussions were focused on two components. The first was a reclamation component. So the idea here is to understand how wetland reclamation can be done well and improved upon. And so it would involve examining what has worked and not worked on the landscape. Jeff gave us a couple of pictures of examples that would be interesting to learn from in the Yukon. The second component that we've begun to discuss is around protection component, but this component of the study is still very much under discussion. Our view is that this study will inform the development of a final policy, a long-term approach for the protection and reclamation of wetlands. The study will also inform revisions to the current set of reclamation guidance that is a component of the current approach that Todd described. We also expect that a number of other initiatives and developments could inform revisions and updates to the interim approach and to the development of a final policy for protection and reclamation of wetlands in the Indian River. So these include the development of a Yukon wetlands policy. So we'll hear more about this momentarily in the next presentation. Also, the development of a land use plan for the Dawson region may also provide guidance. It's also important to incorporate new knowledge and learning. We're collectively learning more and more about Yukon's wetlands, and this new knowledge will help us move forward in developing our approach. Finally, feedback and experience about how the interim approach is working will also inform the development of final policy. As Todd mentioned, we, in fact, just today, it was news to me when he said it, just received the first reclamation plan. So, you know, this is in early stages of receiving plans, let alone seeing one implemented on the ground. And of course, that is going to be important in terms of learning and feedback about how we would move forward. So the wetland study is currently in the scoping phase, and although there are no timelines for its completion, Yukon government is committed to advancing this work in a timely fashion. My main message to the Yukon Water Board and to our partners is that Yukon government remains committed to updating and revising the interim approach, and we believe the best way to do this is through our ongoing discussions with partners like Hwëch'in, as well as with stakeholders like the placer mining industry. So that concludes our presentation on the Indian River interim approach, and I'd like to now turn it over to Tyler Kuhn for his presentation on development of the Yukon wetlands policy.
All right, thank you, Nathan. And hopefully everyone can hear me. I'm just gonna share my screen. And now hopefully you can also see the slides here. And as I get going here, I guess actually I should introduce myself. My name is Tyler Kuhn, and I'm the senior habitat biologist with Yukon government. And I've been one of the co-chairs of the internal working group that's been developing this wetlands policy for the last few years anyways. So it's great to have an opportunity to provide a bit of an update in this context here. And so I'm just gonna quickly touch on, you know, what I'm hoping to present here through these slides. And I do want to recognize that we have met with the Yukon Water Board to talk about the wetlands policy and the most recent draft, but we felt it was important to provide an update in this public hearing forum as well. So I'm going to go over a little bit of the information that was already presented to some members of the Water Board, but I think it will still be relevant. So in that context, I do want to just touch very quickly on how we approach developing this policy, and then some of the current language within the policy. What is the current draft language? What's its direction? And finally, because we have just completed a round of reviews with our partners on this, I want to touch on some of the key themes that have come out of that, and that we will be considering as we revise the policy and move forward with the next steps. And the other thing that I want to do before I get into things too far is I just want to mention a couple of key considerations for folks. And the main one, the first one here, is that this policy is still in development. We're still working on this policy. It is not finalized. And the contents that I'm going to speak to now reflect the draft version of the policy that was circulated in August of this year. But this policy will evolve over the next few months as we go through the next steps. And I'll talk about those steps in a moment. But I just want to make sure that folks understand that this is still a working document, and there's room to refine this based on the feedback that we get. The other thing that I wanted to mention, and this is, I think this has come up quite a bit in the comments that we've received recently, is that there's still quite a bit of work to do on this policy, particularly around clarity in how the policy will be implemented. And I think this is an area where certainly Yukon government is looking forward to being able to work with the water board on some of these aspects where our interests overlap, to ensure that the full kind of wetland stewardship regime that's outlined through all of the various processes that are going on, from what Todd and Nathan talked about to the water board's information guidance and licensing role, to this policy, to make sure that they all mesh together in the best way that we can, and we're not creating confusion or duplication of process and things like that. And so that's certainly that's a piece of work that we still need to work towards. But it's something that I do look forward to getting into. Okay. So just quickly on how we develop this policy. The first thing, as was mentioned at the very start of this public hearing, the Yukon Water Strategy, the 2014 version, made a commitment to develop a Yukon wetlands policy, and that's really been our guidance at this point to develop this policy now, is really stemmed from that. And in that commitment, it specifically spoke to developing this policy in a collaborative manner. And that's something that we kind of took to heart as we were developing this, and became one of the key components of how we designed this system to develop this policy. So work began very briefly just in 2018 with some pre-engagement work, reaching out to some key partners and stakeholders to talk to them about what their hopes and fears were of developing a wetlands policy. And we used that along with some work by some experts in terms of public engagement to come up with a collaborative roundtable approach to develop this policy. And through that approach, we hosted 4 roundtable meetings through 2018 and 2019, which also involved work from a smaller drafting group. And you've heard from at least one member so far of that drafting group, Randy from CPAWS, but I think there'll probably be a few others later in the hearing. And so through that work, we developed, work together to hear from all of the different parties involved and to share information amongst folks, as opposed to just feeding information through the Yukon government, to develop a draft policy and move forwards. Now that we kind of reached a bit of a pause in our process in the summer of 2019. And then as we picked up and started going forward again, in August of this year, we shifted our approach a little bit away from that roundtable, but still trying to remain as inclusive as we could. And really with an eye towards moving this policy towards completion. And right now, we're in that orange line on this table here of looking at the feedback that was received over the last couple months, seeing what we need to address, change, shift in the policy, if anything, and then looking to go for a wider public review of this updated draft policy late this year or early in 2021. And then following that, we want to come back to our partners in this, either through a roundtable if we can meet in person, or through a venue, perhaps digital like this, to go over everything that we've heard during these last few bits of review through public review and bilateral conversations with partners, and then work towards revising that draft into a recommended policy that we can go through the final government to government and government approval processes on, hopefully by mid 2021. So that's very quickly, hopefully, what how we develop this process and what is coming next, or how we develop this policy and what is coming next. So now, again, what does the policy talk about? And this, it will be a fairly quick overview, as I don't have too much time, but hopefully will give you a snapshot of the the overarching pieces of this policy. So again, I think it's important to frame this policy within all of the other processes that are going on, such as the Indian River work, the Indian River interim approach. And this policy is intended to sit at a higher level, look territory-wide, basically be an overarching framework upon which all the other aspects of how we manage wetlands through that interim approach, through regional land use planning conversations, through project assessment and licensing, they will all fit underneath this overarching policy. And so with that, we need to look across the territory, we need to look to all sectors, we need to look to all different types of activities on the land. And setting that kind of direction, I'll be honest, can be a bit challenging at times, but we have, we've landed on a direction here with a policy goal that's on the screen there that's stated as to ensure the benefits of Yukon's wetlands are sustained for all. Some similarities certainly to the guidance that the Water Board takes in terms of maintaining the benefits of water. So that's great to see. But that forms the direction of this policy, really, is ensuring that those benefits are sustained across the territory. And this policy is intended to apply to those areas where Yukon government has decision-making authority or is making a decision. We hope that by developing the policy collaboratively, others will see themselves and see the consistency in applying this in their decision frameworks. But this policy really is one that is designed to guide Yukon government's actions and decisions. And as I said before, it's intended to apply to all sectors, all land use types throughout the territory. Another piece, an important piece of kind of the guidance for this policy came out of discussions at our roundtables with Indigenous representatives. And through those discussions, we identify, our Indigenous partners identified 3 important principles. And you've heard at least one of these already today in the idea of holism. But these 3 principles are intended to also provide guidance on the direction of the policy and the actions that we undertake in implementing this policy. So, specifically in this context, when we're speaking of holism, what the policy is talking to is the importance of taking a holistic approach that considers wetlands as a part of an interconnected system. That we can't just look at wetlands in isolation. And I'll admit this can be a challenging one to accomplish in a policy designed to look at wetlands, but that's an important piece of the picture in how we move forward. The other aspect is it's important to respect the land as well as the knowledge of all Yukoners when making decisions. And this is certainly not a new idea, but an important one to underpin the policy itself. And finally, this concept of reciprocity came out, by which we must give back to the land when we take something from the land. And this is certainly one area where there's still a bit of work to be done to understand how Indigenous representatives interpret particularly reciprocity versus how we are presenting it in the policy. And that's something that we'll be working on as we move through the process. But those three principles certainly are important ones to how we move forward. And I mentioned in the policy goal that that term benefits provided by wetlands, or wetland benefits. And the policy just provides at least a brief overview of what we mean when we're talking about these benefits. And I won't go into too much detail here, but I did just pull out the benefits that are related to water more directly. There are certainly other benefits provided by wetlands, and you've heard about a number of them already today. But I wanted to highlight some of those related to water, related to flood control, drought resilience, basically when water is moving across the landscape, to water quality, to supporting aquatic life and maintaining habitat for aquatic species in this case, and to providing subsistence food sources through the aquatic species, fish and so on. And so those are just examples of some of the benefits that we want to consider as we're evaluating or implementing this policy, and really keeping it at that level as opposed to going into some of the more technical aspects of these wetland functions or the processes that go on in wetlands. So that's kind of all the building blocks to the policy there. And now we get into the three main components of the policy. And so the first pillar of the policy is really one around building knowledge. And I think we've certainly heard that already today, and we'll probably hear it through tomorrow as well, that there's a fair bit of knowledge that needs to be generated around wetlands in the territory, specifically in that northern context. And so this policy recognizes that and tries to chart a bit of a course towards addressing those knowledge gaps. And one is certainly this idea of territory-wide inventory, as well as detailed inventory where it's needed. So that work, the policy identifies this as a very important commitment to building those products that are foundational to our actions, our management actions around wetlands. In addition, the policy speaks to some research interests, and promoting research on northern wetlands specifically to target our understanding of these environments, how they differ with, the role of permafrost and the role of climate change, and a whole host of things that will help us make better decisions as we go. And lastly, in this building knowledge section, we do talk about building public awareness of wetlands, what they are, where they are, and what makes them unique, important, etc. So the only other thing I'll say around this building knowledge piece, I think it's worth noting that a lot of this is going to take time. The policy, is not the end point. The policy is setting some direction, hopefully, and commitments to particular actions, but it's going to take time for these research projects, for inventories to be built, for research to be done, that sort of thing. So there will, there's much work ahead of us once this policy is completed. The next pillar, or the second pillar of this policy, speaks to these wetlands that are unique and, based on their characteristics, really warrant some additional protection. And we've called them wetlands of special importance, but really they're those wetland areas in the Yukon that, by virtue of the characteristics of that wetland, they warrant additional protection. And so the policy speaks to a process to address these. It's important to keep in mind, though, that there are other processes that are going on at the same time in the Yukon, tied to the final agreements and land use planning and things like that, that also are tied into this aspect of wetlands, protection of wetlands of special importance. And the policy really tries to separate itself out and remain within its sphere there, and leave the appropriate discussions to land use planning processes or project licensing processes. And so what this policy doesn't do is identify new areas as wetlands of special importance. It's about providing tools. It's about outlining a process for identifying and nominating wetlands of special importance, and then evaluating those nominations, and then a means to provide protection in advance of any formal land use planning or legal protection process that would come through protected area planning or land use planning. So it fits in a bit of a gap, primarily based on the time it takes to complete these larger land use planning processes, as a way to provide I won't say interim protections, but to provide protections in advance of those larger discussions. In this section, beyond outlining the tools and the ways that we can identify a wetland of special importance, the policy also speaks to a commitment to protection through achieving no loss of wetland benefits. And this is an area where these wetlands are deemed of special importance, and so the level of protection is relatively high at no loss of wetland benefits. And really what that means is that while there are activities that could take place within an identified wetland of special importance, they need to demonstrate that those activities are not going to result in the loss of any wetland benefits, and that they're essentially avoiding any impacts on the wetlands. So the last piece of the policy is this section on managing human impacts on wetlands outside of those wetlands of special importance, essentially managing human impacts elsewhere. And I don't think there's much in the way of new concepts in here. Certainly Scott touched on these ideas, and Nathan and Todd have as well, of creating a mitigation hierarchy, or a series of steps that one goes through to reduce and or avoid your impacts. And so here, this policy outlines a series of mitigation steps in a mitigation hierarchy that include avoiding wetland impacts where possible. This is the principal approach, is avoid if you can. And where you can't avoid, then minimizing your impacts, followed by reclaiming impacted wetlands. And then there are certain circumstances where offsetting of residual impacts may be appropriate or required as well. The other aspect that the policy speaks to, which is perhaps reflective of also the Indian River approach, is the need for a plan or equivalent that outlines how you will address wetlands within your activities. So our intention is not to create a new plan that's required, but to ensure that where activities are impacting the wetland, the mitigation measures are addressed through the documentation that needs to be provided during environmental assessment and licensing and regulatory processes. And so those two pieces make up kind of the core elements of how to manage impacts. But evaluating this mitigation hierarchy is certainly a complex task, and there's probably no single answer for what is enough of each of these steps. It will vary across wetlands, across areas, across sectors. And so the policy adopts a principle-based approach here as well of providing guidance on how and what to consider when evaluating this type of information. So I'm not going to read through all the points on here. I just wanted to put them up there a bit so that they're, you know, on record for those that would be interested in reading them afterwards. But I will flag a few of the key principles here. And perhaps the first one is that this policy isn't, this policy allows for some loss of wetland benefits in these wetlands. That's separate from wetlands of special importance, but in other areas, some loss of wetlands is allowed within this policy, and that's an important piece. But what the policy also does is provide a series of other guiding principles that will help evaluate if and, you know, when it's appropriate for that loss to happen. Sorry, jumped. There we go. So, you know, these principles taken together will hopefully allow for evaluating the mitigation hierarchy in a consistent manner. And I didn't really touch on it before, but I think here it certainly comes out that this is an area where there's still work to be done. Getting the policy to the finish line isn't the end point. We need additional implementation guidance that will provide clarity on how, say, these guiding principles work, on how different aspects of the policy work. And so this is definitely a key component of how we need to move forward in our work towards completing this policy and towards fully implementing the policy once approved, is really building that knowledge and implementation documentation that's needed to outline the regime. And I just wanted to touch on this briefly, just recognizing that the policy is intended to, you know, to reflect the best information that we have, that we've gathered over the last 2 to 3 years, and be at least the best representation of that we can do right now, but it will need to evolve as more information is gained, as we learn more about wetlands in the Yukon. And so it does need to be adaptive in that sense, but also it needs to be evaluated and reviewed to ensure that it is working and that it remains current. So there is a brief section in the policy that speaks to the importance of those aspects, as well as another piece that is very important for a policy like this to succeed, which is about public reporting of that, you know, our progress and our evaluation. All right, so now I just wanted to very briefly touch on some of the themes that we've heard in terms of feedback on this version of the draft policy. And I won't go into too much detail here, but I just wanted to provide a little bit of a snapshot of what we're hearing and what we're thinking about as we develop the next version of this draft. And so we have heard from quite a number of organizations and groups, from First Nations, from federal and municipal governments, well, actually just from federal government agencies at this point, from boards and councils, as well as a number of organizations, both industry and environmental organizations. So we've got quite a bit of feedback to sort through as we take our next steps here. And some of the key themes that stand out for me. One is around the level of protection that is provided within this policy. And I think there's certainly a number of our partners involved in developing this that want to see more protection of wetlands. And there's also a few that want to see that is balanced and not going too far down the road of protection. But that's still an area where we're trying to make sure that we've landed in the right place. We've got the right balance, and it's still an area that, you know, we're seeing different perspectives on. And we've already heard one earlier today from CPAWS speaking about a desire for no net loss. Another area that we still need to work on, and this came out certainly in comments from our Indigenous partners, is around the alignment between the current policy and how it's being interpreted and those Indigenous principles. And we need to make sure that there is a good alignment there, and so there'll be some additional work done on that front. Another area that's come out, and again, this is something that we've heard about a little bit already in these hearings, is around the role of wetlands in climate change. And this is definitely a complex topic, and it's also an evolving topic. I won't go into it in detail here, but hopefully it will. You will hear more as the hearings go on about the role of wetlands in climate change. And beyond that, I think perhaps one of the overarching responses that we got, it was really a desire for more clarity around the meaning of key aspects of the policy. And the policy is attempting to provide that high level direction without getting too far into the details. But at the same time, we have to land on a policy that it's clear what is meant by all of the different aspects and how they will work together. And that's likely tied to that need for implementation documents to further develop and flesh out the direction of the policy. And so that's going to be certainly a big aspect of the next few months for us, of trying to really refine the language so that it is clear and as concise as we can make it around what this policy articulates. So with that, I will stop there, and I will turn it back over to Deputy Minister Bailey to provide some concluding remarks. So thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Tyler, for that, and thanks to Todd and Nathan for their presentation previously, and again to Jeff as our opener. I'm going to act as the closer here with some remarks to try to tie the things that you've heard from the different presentations, to try to find a thread to bring them together. I want to start by just making it clear that Government of Yukon recognizes that wetlands are an important part of a healthy and functioning environment, and they serve as a connection between the land, the water, and the air. They can be important places for sources of food, medicines, traditional pursuits, but they are also places where development might occur and economic wealth generated. And we heard a little bit from Jeff on some of the specifics about the Indian River in those terms. How we choose to steward wetlands, it's as you've heard, I guess, if you look at the presentations we've heard, it's a complex and it's a very important issue. While we're now looking to set our future direction of how we move forward on this together, we also have to look at some of the work that's been done in the past. And I want to talk about wetlands in a general sense and provide a snapshot of some of the work on furthering the understanding of wetlands that has been done in the recent past. Going back probably about 40 years, work's been done to identify and study some of the important wetlands in the Yukon. And a lot of this through collaboration among scientific and traditional knowledge keepers. And this has resulted in the identification of more than 50 important wetland complexes in the territory. And a number of these have become special management areas or habitat protection areas identified in some of the First Nation final agreements. And in many cases, were provided some sort of subsequent protection in law following up on that. So these are things that, you know, the work that went into identifying those goes back several decades, and it brings us some of, you know, Doug Rowe, and there's a few others, there's many others that I think folks here will be familiar with. You know, one example, the Old Crow Flats, it's over 6,000 square kilometers, and it's recognized as a wetland of international importance under the Ramsar Convention, and that's a global commitment to protection and wise use of wetlands. Our work in studying and learning about Yukon wetlands, it's an ongoing thing, and I think Tyler, you know, he made that point, and others have made the point. Our understanding of wetlands, it's an ongoing process. It's not that we just, you know, have gone out and, you know, taken a look and think we know everything there is to know about them. And one of the real important pillars that Tyler mentioned is about the continuing work together to try to keep building our knowledge of wetlands so that we can, you know, always improve on how we manage them. As a public government, YG we've got a responsibility to take all the interests of Yukoners into consideration. And that's, you know, no different when it comes to wetlands. We acknowledge that there's a broad set of values and interests that Yukoners have when it comes to our wetlands. And our approach is to assess those various interests and to try to effectively manage the impacts that there may be. So there's the approach that we've been taking. It's informed by 4 or 5 key considerations. So one of the first ones are the First Nation final agreements, and, you know, there's been some reference to those in all the presentations that we've heard today. And these are constitutionally protected agreements that form the foundation for much of the Yukon's modern day approach to how we manage natural resources and how we'll continue to be at the core of how we move forward together. So they're really a key and first consideration for us. A second one is reconciliation, and the government of Yukon's heavily committed to reconciliation. And this means that we're continually listening and working with First Nation governments and citizens to examine and improve on how our work, policies, laws contribute to reconciliation. And one example of this, you know, it took place back soon after this government took office in January 2017, when a mining memorandum of understanding was signed between the government, the CYFN, and the 11 self-governing First Nations in the territory. And this mining MOU process, as it's known as, we've made a lot of progress on a lot of issues that are related to Yukon's mineral management regime. And I'll return to one of these a bit later, the Progressive Reclamation Working Group. A third thing I'd like to highlight is environmental stewardship. And again, YG is committed to building a prosperous Yukon, but with strong environmental stewardship. So that's a clear commitment that this government has. A fourth consideration is to grow our economy and maintain good jobs for Yukoners. YG recognizes the importance of having a sustainable and active mineral sector as an important driver of Yukon's economy. But we also must maintain our commitment to environmental sustainability while meeting these economic goals. Yukon government's working to ensure Yukon operators, businesses have the support and resources that they need to function within these new and emerging parameters that affect their work. Finally, the last consideration are legal aspects. Our work is guided by federal and Yukon statutes and regulations, and this includes honoring dispositions and rights that have been transferred and working with the owners of those rights. So I want to turn now to some of YG's objectives and goals for wetlands management. Through the development of the policy for wetlands stewardship, we're outlining a process to sustain the benefits of wetlands that wetlands provide, both to the environment and to people, and those aren't always the same, not always the same thing. Our commitment to managing human impacts on wetlands will focus on defining a regime that reflects the current state of knowledge of wetlands in the territory, but remains adaptive for new information. And again, we've heard this from Nathan's discussion about the evolving interim regime that's in place. Todd touched on it as well. And Jeff's been talking about how we're still learning about wetlands throughout the territory, but certainly even in the Indian River. And then Tyler, that was a particular point that he made about the overall Yukon wetlands policy. We want to be able to have a regime that provides clear and consistent guidance, and this sets out the requirements for projects that impact on wetlands. We want to be able to establish the tools and standards that will help assessors and regulators evaluate the impacts of projects and determine how best to mitigate them. And that works within the existing assessment and regulatory processes so that we can avoid unnecessary duplication. And again, that's a point that Tyler mentioned about trying to avoid duplication of process. Specifically about placer in the Yukon River, the Indian River Valley, placer mining has been occurring in the Indian River tributaries for about 120 years, I think, and in the Indian River Valley since about in the 1980s. And with the onset of rising gold prices about 15 years ago, the pace and the scope of these activities have accelerated extensively in the Yukon River, the Indian River. In the summer of 2013, through the environmental assessment process, there were concerns about placer mining in the Indian River, and they began to emerge as a critical and fairly complex and complicated issue. So for one example, one of the challenges that came to light during some of these discussions was that our understanding of the extent and the type of wetlands in the Indian River Valley was very limited and based on old and inadequate maps. And I can actually attest to this personally, because when I was on the water board, we did flyovers of the Yukon, of the Indian River and so on, and looked at some of these areas and looked at information that was available. And it was pretty scarce at that time. And that's going back a few years, and it was certainly identified in 2013 that we lacked a lot of information. So since that time, since 2013, there's been quite a bit of change, and we have a greater awareness of both the issues and the challenges than there was at that time 7 years ago. The government of Yukon has been working on wetlands issues for decades in collaboration with First Nations partners and stakeholders, but the pace and the urgency of this work, it's changed in recent years because of the concerns that have arisen in the Indian River Valley. So our response to this, it's been multi-pronged and focused on some of the things that you heard from both Todd and Nathan about trying to address some information gaps, sharing information, managing the impacts, and integrating with other initiatives to try to build a comprehensive and robust understanding and approach to how we manage the impacts on wetlands. And I want to make it clear, I think a few have made this point, that we're not finished. We believe that we're on the way and we're headed in the right direction, but we're not at any sort of endpoint. And one of the things that's common to all the elements of our approach is working in partnership and through engagement with First Nations and interested stakeholders, including industry. I want to provide a brief overview of some of the highlights of the work that YG and its partners have completed. In 2016 and 17, we engaged a contractor to help develop detailed maps of wetlands in the Indian River Valley. And I've seen them. I've got one in my office here, actually, from some of that work that's been done over those years and a few since then. This work led to a considerably revised understanding of wetlands, and this mapping is now used in the environmental assessment process, and it forms a key part of the information basis for our approach to how to manage impacts. In 2017, we engaged a contractor to carry out a study to characterize the water in the Indian River watershed. This work led to an increased understanding of the hydrology and the water chemistry in that watershed and highlighted the need for more data and monitoring to take place. Since 2017, we've been developing an approach to determine if open water wetlands have been impacted by development. This tool could also be helpful when a reclaimed wetland has returned to a, in quotes, natural state. In 2019, we completed a targeted wetland inventory in the Beaver River sub-regional planning region. And we've since been monitoring the health of wetlands in this area. That's been part of the planning process that has been underway for the last couple of years. Through our ecological and landscape classification program, we're mapping wetlands to support regional land use planning. To date, we've completed ecological mapping for the North Yukon, the Peel, and Dawson planning regions. And we have also done some studies using predictive ecosystem mapping about the regional distribution of wetlands on the Klondike Plateau. And I think you saw a map of this in the work that Jeff presented. In 2017 and 2018, we held wetlands workshops to bring together Government of Yukon, First Nations industry, Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Board, consultants, experts, and academics. And I see Lee Foote's there. That's when Lee Foote first got involved in this business, and I believe that was your first time up, Lee. It was for the first workshop there in 2017. And Lee's been involved in this issue ever since. These workshops were coordinated to try to discuss, science, mapping, geology, hydrological flows, benefits and uses, and the reclamation of wetlands. It's what those were set out to do. And they were an important step in increasing our knowledge and moving the conversation forward. We've been working to develop approaches to manage the impacts of activities on wetlands. You heard about the Yukon government's interim approach to the management of the impacts of placer mining in the Indian River Valley from Todd and Nathan. And this approach came into effect, as they mentioned, on the 15th of January of this year. The aim of the interim policy, or the interim approach, I can't call it a policy apparently, is to strike a balance by allowing the continuation of activities, but at the same time protecting the most vulnerable wetlands, bogs and fens that were discussed, and requiring the reclamation of wetlands that are disturbed through those activities. We're going to continue, as Nathan mentioned, we're going to keep trying to refine our approach as we work with Trondek and other governments, do further research. There's a study that's currently underway, and it aims to try to further refine this approach, again, so that we can do a better job of managing these wetland areas. We'll also be conducting further studies and continue to evaluate how well that approach is meeting our objectives. So, Nathan talked about the project that's been, it's underway with TH and YG, and there's some other work that's going on to try to provide further information that can help to refine that interim approach. We also expect, and there's been some mention of it, but I just want to highlight it as well, that we expect that the outcomes of the Dawson Regional Land Use Planning process is also going to inform some refinements to the approach for managing the impacts to wetlands in the Indian River Valley and elsewhere in the planning region. I'll have more to say about this in a couple of minutes. You also heard from Tyler about the development of a policy for the stewardship of Yukon wetlands, so this overall Yukon policy. As he mentioned, this work is well underway, and we just received the comment date has closed. You got some idea there in his one slide of the breadth and the number of folks that provided us with input. And one of the critical implementation elements under discussion is the alignment of this new policy requirements with and within existing assessment and regulatory processes. And I know Tyler mentioned that, there's still work to be done with the water board, for example, as a regulator, and how it interacts with this overall Yukon policy. And we as a government look forward to working with the water board on these matters as the policy develops and right through to its implementation phases. Another initiative that's underway, I mentioned this earlier, is the Progressive Reclamation Working Group. I talked about the mining MOU, or Mining Memorandum of Understanding, process that's underway and was signed off with First Nations and YG back in 2017. They have a sub-working group called the Progressive Reclamation Working Group. And this element of that process is to provide a government-to-government process to focus on developing recommendations related to reclamation requirements, including progressive reclamation and the possible use of security for placer mining. Their work will include reaching out to stakeholders and regulators to seek input. We anticipate that this will provide governments with recommendations on how to improve reclamation practices, including the reclamation in wetland areas. Our work with Hwëch'in will continue and is focused currently on carrying out the study that Nathan referred to. The outcomes of this study, just to I guess, recap what Nathan was talking about earlier, they're going to help to further refine wetlands reclamation guidance and the management of impacts, including the protection of wetlands. That's the purpose of the underlying purpose of the study. And we continue to work with other agencies to increase knowledge of wetlands in other areas. YG recognizes that wetland mapping is a critical component to proper management and stewardship of wetlands, and will continue to look for ways to advance our knowledge and to carry out mapping, including working with partners. As an example of this, and I don't see Jamie on the cast of faces here, Ducks Unlimited Canada, we've been providing funding to DU to support a variety of wetland initiatives. Most recently, this involved a detailed wetland inventory of the Dawson Land Use Planning region. The government of Yukon also continues to work on developing a framework for the management of cumulative effects. So I want to spend just a couple of minutes tying all these things together. Each of these things might seem disparate, like disparate components, but our approach, we hope, will form a cohesive approach for the stewardship of Yukon wetlands. I want to start with the broadest level, and this goes back to Tyler's presentation. That's the Yukon Wetlands Policy. As he noted, this is a high-level framework under which the other components fit. The draft policy commits to improving knowledge and understanding wetlands and sets out a mechanism to protect wetlands of special importance and commits to managing and minimizing the human impacts on wetlands. So next, with a defined but larger geographic scale, is the development of the Dawson Regional Land Use Plan. This work is currently underway, and the Commission is engaging the public about it and quite active in their development of the draft plan. We anticipate the final plan recommended by the Commission. We're anticipating that it's going to provide guidance in relation to conservation and land uses, including both wetlands and placer mining. This will be at a regional scale and watershed or landscape scale. At a more specific level, our interim approach to placer mining in the Indian River area provides specific guidance at the claim block scale. That is to say, it's designed to provide specific guidance to an operator in relation to their license conditions and requirements. Our intended and desire is that the management framework we have built and continue to refine provides a consistent and clear approach to the management of the impacts of placer mining on Yukon wetlands. It's our view that this framework provides a useful structure and reference the Yukon Water Board can use in its capacity as a regulator under the Waters Act and as chief mining land use for Class 4 placer authorizations. We look forward to continuing to work with the board to create the clarity and decision-making that is desired by all parties. And we also look forward to working with you and others to continue to improve the alignment of assessment and regulatory processes to best serve the interest of all Yukoners. To summarize, though the use of wetlands and the disturbance of wetlands by placer mining in Yukon has a long history, the pace of development and the highlighting concerns have come to a head more recently. Government of Yukon has been pursuing and will continue to pursue how to best balance interests by working with First Nations, industry, regulators like the Yukon Water Board, and other stakeholders. We've made considerable progress, but I know that the rate of response and change, it's not rapid enough for some. We've added considerably to our knowledge of wetlands. We've shared information. We've worked with partners to develop an approach that strikes what we believe is an appropriate balance in the Indian River. And we're committed to revising this approach as we learn more. Our approach to this complex issue involves a variety of scales and the use of a variety of tools. Again, at the broadest level, the wetlands policy, the land use planning process, and then more specifically, the interim approach. Our view is that each level of our approach works with and informs the others. Our goal through developing and applying these different and interweaving initiatives is to balance development and economic opportunities with the protection of the most sensitive wetlands in a manner that best meets the interests of Yukoners over the long term. We'll continue to adapt our approach as we learn more and evaluate how well it's working. I want to close by acknowledging and commending the efforts of everyone who has or will be providing input to this public interest hearing. I haven't caught all the presentations, but I've heard bits and about some of them. In my experience with these issues, while not everybody is completely aligned on their preferred approaches, they are aligned in the interest in working together to find workable solutions to what is a very complex matter. So with that, I'd like to thank you, the board again, and bring my comments to a close. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey, and thanks to the other presenters who provided the multifaceted presentation. We have a few minutes left, and I know that some board members have some questions, so I will turn it now over to Anne Leckie, who is not in the room here with us, but who is with us virtually to ask a couple of questions to begin with. Anne.
Hi, thanks so much. Gosh, I started out with one small question for Jeff. Is he there somewhere? Oh gosh, there he is. Hi. And it turned into a bigger question. So I'm still going to start with my small question to Jeff, maybe with a preamble to say in our world, what's great is if we have, when we're in the process of writing a water license or when we're trying to answer number 3, like what land reclamation objectives should be considered during water licensing process, finding things that are enforceable and quantifiable and understandable are important. And the underlying conversations today have been about this, no, basically no loss of benefits, or the opposite, or the same idea, which is to ensure that benefits are sustained. So, you know, in listening to Sebastian this morning, he was talking about, you know, carbon sequestering for that, you know, that the peat bogs have. And then I listened to you talk about, you know, how peatlands are formed and what their role is. And I wonder, do we know, let's just take peat bogs, the benefit of a peat bog, let's say in carbon sequestering or pick one, if we change it to another type of wetland, which is likely to be in that swamp, shallow water grouping, I'm going to guess we lose that carbon sequestering ability and we maybe gain some aquatic life ability. Is it maybe that simple?
I'm certainly not a carbon sequestration expert in the wetland environments, but there may be one here on the panel that wants to speak up. I'm not sure. But I think you can still harness sequestration in, you know, in a post-mine environment. You know, it really depends on, not everything's going to be a shallow open water wetland. You could very well have swamps and marshes. I think perhaps they're not going to have the same peat, you know, content, perhaps, but you know, you do have to take a long-term view on reclamation as well. You're not going to be immediately in the business of carbon sequestration everywhere on sort of a reclamation or a reclaimed site, but you know, I think with, you know, the science, I think a great science project would be to sort of, okay, what might this place look like in 200 years, you know, what might it look like in, you know, 100 years or 500, right? Like just how is it going to evolve and kind of gain some knowledge that way about sort of the best way to leave it. And so I don't think we have the answers at this point in terms of carbon entirely, but yeah, I think you're going to see a change. But, you know, I think you've just maybe identified a great sort of research topic.
Because where my head's going is that, and this is to the whole YG group, it just propped up with Pete, that we talk about the benefits. Kylie, was that you? You talked about the benefits of wetlands, you know, flood and drought, aquatic life, drinking water. You know, that there's a bunch of benefits that have been presumably identified. And is there a correlation, maybe this is a wetlands question too, is there a correlation between the benefits that have been identified and the functions of these different wetlands that we might see in a reclamation plan? Like, I'm looking for something quantifiable. So we're doing a license, and we're saying, okay, here's what needs to be. Here's your reclamation objective. This is what needs to be considered. Are there functions of each of these and benefits of each of these that can be evaluated to go into something like a recommendation or a sentence in your water license that says you shall have a reclamation plan that has X components? Is right now it shall have X components, but saying it has X components is not the same as showing how the wetland benefits will be sustained in some quantifiable manner. I don't think.
Yeah, it's Tyler here. I'm not sure who will jump in on an answer, but maybe I'll start anyways. That I think you're at one of the fundamental challenges and questions that needs to be answered here. And so maybe briefly to that question of like, can you, or first the question of, are wetland benefits correlated with wetland functions? Yes. The short answer there is yes. The functions, the characteristics of the wetland and the functions that happen within wetlands are what create the benefits or the ecosystem services that we benefit from. And you can measure some of these. It can be very hard to measure these, but there are approaches to take to quantify either functions or benefits. And they're all, you know, they can take quite a bit of work, certainly looking at the Alberta policy as an example that has done this. The information that goes into the background of assessing a wetland and determining how much impact you will have if you disturb this 1 hectare of this type of wetland versus reclaiming another wetland. Like there's a whole system that goes on in the background of the Alberta policy. And I think that's a piece that basically here we haven't built yet. From like the policy perspective, the broader policy perspective, we don't have that tool yet for the Yukon, and we can build off ones that exist. But that's a piece that's going to come over time as we understand things better. And so it's a piece that's just not quite available yet for the Yukon, but we can get there. So it doesn't really give you something to work with now, but it is an achievable task.
Okay, thanks, Tyler. I think that I have a bunch of other small things here, but I think that all manifested into my larger one. Thank you, Pierce. I'm complete.
Thank you. Maybe I'll turn it over to John Bowen to ask a couple of questions.
Thank you, Pierce. John Bowen, board member. I have 2 questions related. We've heard on a number of occasions today the importance of wetland mapping and inventory and the efforts undertaken to date. On an application by application basis that the board deals with, we often notice or come across mapping gaps. And I note in the excuse me, the draft policy that the government commits to supporting a territory-wide inventory, but that it will take time. So in the interim then, I'd be interested in your thoughts on whose responsibility it is then, government or industry, to come up or do this mapping on a site-specific basis.
Tyler, if you'd like, I can try and answer John's question.
Go for it.
Thanks, John. That's a good question about conducting inventory, how to go about it. I think if we look at the Indian River example here, where a number of industrial players were busy on the landscape, EMR took it on to do that detailed inventory work in order to support that watershed, in this case, approach around that. I think there's some components within each of an applicant's perspective that they probably need to get in there and do some of that mapping work, and we've asked them to do that in this interim approach by having these as-built maps rather for verification, so that we can make those comparisons and have something to clearly draw upon. And then of course there's that high-level work that points out important regions that Tyler's work through the large policy will probably have a government responsibility associated, and this is just an estimation on my part, to go and do that higher level work. So I think it's a combination of responsibilities, and it probably has a very scale dependent aspect to where those responsibilities lie.
Okay, thank you, Todd. A related question then is, we've spoken earlier today on the dilemma and the challenge the board faces in deliberating applications and in consideration of on a watershed basis when we deal just by application. So my question then to Yukon government is, do you have any thoughts or advice on how we may better assess and predict the environmental effects from placer applications on a watershed basis?
We're not sure who's going to try and answer that one.
Take your time, draw straws.
Yeah. And maybe I'll go first there. And I feel like in articulating that, I've lost my train of thought as to the question here. Sorry. Yeah, I was thinking about who was going to answer. Todd, do you have an answer in your head now?
I do not have a fully formed answer, but we can maybe speak about it and build an answer here. John, you asked about how to predict the effects on a watershed of an activity like placer mining, and of course, you know, in the context of water. So I think for the board's interest, for flow rates, water quality, maintaining of the function of those aspects of the watershed and the water parts, the sum of the parts there add up to a system that exists today versus what it could be if it's impacted by these kind of things. And so in trying to figure out how to predict those effects, obviously I think it's the scale of the circumstance. Some of that work probably comes down to what is the likely scale of the circumstance. Is it a small scale, or do we have, you know, the benefit of Jeff's work to show us that perhaps there's quite a bit of resource there that's going to be looked to be exploited, and what is the scale of that predictable effect? And putting that into a context of what are the impacts of those functions, so those, as Anne rightly put it, those benefits. What is the ability to maintain those benefits? What is the trading of benefits, if we were to put it that way, between those economic values produced from mining, the ecological benefits that are removed for a period and then put on a trajectory back towards some level of those benefits through reclamation. So it's a very long way to say that I think it's a description of scale, impact, comparison of benefits, and other interests that come into play there. Indian River watershed is exactly that experiment rolling forward right now to find the balance of what those could look like in order to do good licensing under the circumstances. So I was going to say earlier in my presentation, we have a lot of learning by doing underway right now, and capturing some of that learning and putting it into an adaptive plan to move ourselves forward is going to be one of these key outcomes from this interim approach and future revisions to our policies when dealing with these important areas that have a lot of competing interests for.
Thanks, Todd. It's Tyler. I'll just jump in again if I can. I think another aspect of this that goes to the scale piece that Todd was talking about is that there may be, in terms of predicting what's happening in the future, it may actually be very difficult on a project by project level, and that getting at the answer to this is likely going to need to be something that's done at a broader watershed or land use planning scale or something like that, and done as a separate activity that provides that guidance, be it through, pieces of implementation of like the overarching policy, the interim approach, or something like, additional work on a cumulative effects framework which addresses wetlands, those aspects that can look at a bigger region and put all the pieces together as a way to predict into the future, or at least make a guess, an educated guess as to what the future might hold. So, I think there's work that needs to be done at that level support the question that happens at a project by project level that just worth recognizing.
And it's Nathan here. I'll just maybe add one final point around, just from my end around, you know, we do have systems in the Yukon that do attempt to do that. One of them is the fish habitat management system for Yukon placer mining. And so, but I think the key question is what are the indicators, what are the things that you're trying to look at on a watershed by watershed level? In the case of that system, you know, the objectives are related to water quality, aquatic health, and the economics of the system. So, you know, there are frameworks that exist for looking at some of these questions, John, on a watershed basis. But I think it does come back to, you know, what are the questions you're trying to answer.
Very good. Thank you all.
Mr. Worsby. Bruce.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to ask a bit of a question, and I appreciate this may be one that Yukon government may wish to put some thought into and come back to in either written submissions or closing comments. But we've heard a lot about, you know, projects ongoing with Yukon government and a lot about what is happening and what is being developed. But I'd like a little bit of comment and a little bit of understanding about, say Yukon, you think about Yukon government as a regular intervener, not necessarily, you know, recognizing that there is a role of public government. But if you were to just answer within the scope of Yukon government's authority, the three questions that were posed in the notice of hearing, what would say one to two paragraph answers to those things for the water board to consider in various applications? How would those 1 to 2 paragraph answers look for us to consider as an interim approach, recognizing all the excellent ongoing work that Yukon government discussed today? Thank you.
Yeah, it's John Bailey here. I've got to go, but I'll actually maybe field that question from Bruce. Good to see you, Bruce. I think that's something that, you know, we did try to work through those responses you're looking for, you know, through the course of the presentations. And what I'd suggest is that we can consolidate that into something a bit more specific for our closing remarks. And I think on Thursday, I believe, is when or tomorrow, whenever we're doing our closing. And we can just make sure that that's crystallized at that time. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Hefner. We're coming to the end of our time, but please go forward.
Okay, I just had a question about the interim approach in terms of the 40% avoidance of fens and 100% of bogs. We've mentioned also that the importance of definitions around implementation. In terms of avoidance, we see in other sectors like forestry what that might look like in terms of specific buffers. And I'm just wondering any thoughts on that in terms of what would constitute avoidance.
I can answer that question. Thanks, Susan. So avoidance from the perspective, I think, of mine planning is that if the mining cut in the mining infrastructure cannot impact that wetland, in other words, we're not going to trammel it, we're not going to dig it up, then that's the ideal circumstance. We include that as an option for a miner because the mining process in placer is interested in not digging up anything that they don't have to dig up. Of course, that's just extra expense for no value, and plus then now they have to reclaim it. So an additional expense on top of that. So the avoidance option is to allow them to follow the streak, so to speak, where the good gravels are, where the gold lies. And that gives them their planning opportunity to look at the circumstance and make some decisions about whether or not there is any value to disturbing that wetland, to doing any mining cut through the wetland, or having to trammel it in any way, or to make a decision to follow the good gravel, so to speak, where they lie in other places. And so when it comes to how do we characterize avoidance in that they're not using the area. They're not impacting the area through the trammeling of it, the digging it up, the laying of infrastructure across it. When it comes to buffering that, I think if I could suggest that in buffering, you're talking about trying to add additional opportunity for the wetland around its function. And I think what we're asking for in the avoidance perspective is to avoid the direct impacts that include those things like mining through these wetland areas. So that's, I think, partial answer to your question. Do you want to refine, or do you have any additional question around it?
No, that's great, thanks, and I'm cognizant of the time, so thank you.
Unfortunately, we have, and I apologize to board members, we have come to 3:30. We're supposed to keep our time schedule. We're to start another presentation right now. We still need to take a break. So I apologize. We'll have to find a mechanism to perhaps send some questions on the record to you, and hope that you can, as Mr. Bailey has indicated, pick them up in the closing remarks, or in some other manner answer if you're willing. I do have a whole series of questions myself that I'm very mindful of the fact that in a couple of weeks we're going to be dealing with the next application, and the conundrums that we faced 2 weeks ago are going to be the conundrums we face 2 weeks from now, and we need to understand better how we're going to proceed. And obviously we have some big challenges. I think people have acknowledged that reality. In any case, if we're willing, we will, if we have other questions, or we do have other questions, we'll put them to you. And otherwise, thank you very much for the time that you've taken today to present. Much appreciated. And any further work that you do to help resolve these tough and complex issues. So at this point, I'll take the chair's prerogative and suggest that we take a break until 3:45, at which time we'll entertain the next presentation, which is Hwëch'in. So thank you again.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the Yukon government, absolutely, we're willing to answer more questions, and we can do that in various forms. And so we look forward to that, and we'll put a timely response behind our response to your questions there. Thanks for the opportunity to present here today. We had a lot of different ground that we covered, and with that, we'll sign off, and we look forward to hearing the other submissions.
Thank you. See you everyone at 3:45. Okay, folks, we'll reconvene. Thanks everybody for hanging in. We've got the next presentation is Hwëch'in, and so I'll turn it over to whoever is going to lead the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Bill Slater. You can hear me, I presume.
We can, and see you.
Excellent. Yeah, as I said, it's Bill Slater. I'm here representing the Hwëch'in. I'm joining you from the beautiful traditional territories of the Kwamandun First Nation and the Hwëch'in Council, and I thank them for their hospitality. We want to thank you for convening this important hearing today and providing us with an opportunity to speak. We'll have several speakers this afternoon as we provide evidence about the ecological, spiritual, and cultural value of wetlands and provide some recommendations for your consideration. I guess I'll sort of be your guide for the presentation this afternoon, and we'll begin with a few words of introduction from Hwëch'in Chief Roberta Joseph. By way of introduction, Chief Joseph was re-elected this past summer for her third term as Chief of the Hwëch'in. Before becoming Chief, she was employed in the Fish and Wildlife branch of Hwëch'in, and during that time, she also served on the Council as Deputy Chief and Councillor for 3 terms. So I'd like to welcome her and to share some words. Thank you.
On behalf of the Hwëch'in Council and citizens, I would like to virtually invite you all to Hwëch'in traditional territory. We express with great appreciation for the Yukon Water Board to hold a hearing in the public interest on the important topic of mining and wetlands. At this time, I would like to take a few minutes of your time to provide the board with an overview of TH's views about mining activities and wetlands. The Trondek Hwëch'in have a cultural and traditional obligation to be stewards of our traditional territory as an integrated whole. Wetlands are a critical part of this land and its ecosystem. You will hear from our citizens shortly articulating the seriousness through their views by audio. For now, I'd just like to share one quote from a TH citizen which sums up our views of wetlands and their place in our traditional territory. Wetlands are the driver. They are connected to all other resources, water quality, and habitat. Traditional economy and use of land is who we are. We won't be who we are if we lose these qualities. Again, this is a quote from one of our TH citizens. Wetlands are very important to TH, our culture, our citizens, and to upholding our rights in the Trondek Hwëch'in Final Agreement. Wetlands provide important ecological services and functions such as maintaining water quality and quantity, providing habitat for fish and wildlife, waterfowl, and sequestering carbon. Wetlands also support cultural practices such as harvesting berries and hunting. I won't go into details on this, as you will hear more from our citizens, TH's experts, and TH staff on these matters. The importance of wetlands will also be reflected in our written submission following this hearing. Trondek Hwëch'in is a self-governing First Nation with a constitutionally protected treaty. The TH Final Agreement includes specific rights to quantity, quality, and rate of flow of water outlined in Chapter 14 of our agreement. Harvest fish and wildlife along with habitat protection is outlined in Chapter 16. The use and peaceful enjoyment of settlement land is in Chapter 5 and Chapter 18, and there are many more examples outlined in the Trondek Hwëch'in Final Agreement. The Indian River Valley includes 4 TH settlement land parcels which were selected for a variety of reasons, such as there remains traditional pursuits, cabins, traditional hunting, fishing, and wood camps. Not only are these for the enjoyment by TH families today, but for the use and enjoyment by future generations. The parties to the Trondek Hwëch'in Final Agreement also intended to recognize and protect a way of life that is based on an economic and spiritual relationship between Trondek Hwëch'in and the land. Mining and other development in wetlands can and have direct impact or have impacted our Final Agreement rights already. These impacts can also compromise our land use stewardship obligations and our spiritual and economic relationship with the land. Our citizens and government are very concerned about the cumulative impact that mining has had on wetlands in our traditional territory. This is especially because we know that some wetland types, such as fens and bogs, cannot be reclaimed. Citizens and government are very concerned about the cumulative impacts that mining has had on wetlands in our traditional territory. This is especially because we know that some wetland types, such as fens and bogs, cannot be reclaimed. We have seen previously healthy wetlands where TH citizens would hunt and fish, converted to gravel and tailings ponds. The Indian River area has been our breadbasket for centuries, generation after generation. Yet we now know our citizens have been steering away from that area. We are concerned that with more mining and wetlands, there will be fewer and fewer places to go to hunt, fish, and be out on the land. Our traditional activities are the way we pass on our culture, traditional laws, and stories of our heritage. If we can no longer be out on the land teaching our way of life to our children and to our grandchildren, we will lose our culture, traditions, and treaty rights. Traditional foods such as wild meats and fish keep our people strong. Our bodies and our spirits crave these foods. Without it, we lose our identity and do not feel healthy without it. The wildlife provides us with our lifeline. When we eat from the land, we feel connected to it. We feel revitalized and grounded in our spirituality. What is the life force? Water is the life force. Water is spirit. Water is connected to our ceremonies, songs, and stories, and ensures the survival of the animals we are stewards of. This spirit has been made into a source of capital as wetlands are being ripped up for monetary values. The destruction of our indigenous relationship with the land represents a profound spiritual violence. This spiritual violence is not temporary. It is reasserted over and over because the wetlands cannot be brought back for future generations. Since 2013, TH has repeatedly highlighted the importance of wetlands and our concerns about mining and discussions with Yukon government, YESAB, and the Water Board. In 2016, YESAB, the body created to consider environmental and socio-economic effects, has also concluded that mining projects should no longer take place in undisturbed wetlands. TH supports the scientifically sound conclusion of YESAB. Despite this, the Yukon government has continued to make decisions to allow mining projects in wetlands if the proponent develops a reclamation plan. TH has serious concerns about Yukon government's decisions for the following reasons. First, we agree with YESAB that the ecological functions of disturbed wetlands cannot be replicated and they are forever lost. Disturbance from mining affects the ecological functions of wetlands. Second, conversion of wetlands results in changes to hydrology, topography, native plant cover, and overburden material, and once lost, it cannot be restored or replaced. Any reclamation plan that allows conversion will not address the impacts mining has on ecology of our rights under the TH final agreement. Third, mining activities, regardless of any reclamation efforts, will affect our ability to use and enjoy any nearby settlement land, as well as our ability to pursue cultural activities in the area and maintain our connection to the land. As noted by YESAB, it is likely that mining in the Indian River wetland complex has already surpassed the threshold of social acceptability. And that as mining continues in the area, the socio-culture value of the land will continue to deteriorate as long as wetlands continue to be disturbed. Our view is therefore that no reclamation plan sufficiently mitigate the environmental and socio-economic effects of a project or impacts on our rights under the TH final agreement. These effects can only be estimated, reduced, or controlled by a team that prohibits mining within any undisturbed wetlands. In January 2017, TH signed a memorandum of understanding with the Yukon government to collaboratively develop policy and guidelines for the protection and reclamation of all naturally occurring wetlands affected by the placer mining in the Indian River wetlands and the Indian River watershed. We have not yet reached agreement with Yukon government on such a policy or guidelines. We strongly object to the interim policy on mining in Indian River wetlands that Yukon government implemented this year and have expressed our concerns to them at a meeting on February 13th, 2020. As well, those concerns are also set out in our letter of September 30th, 2020, which we will provide to the board as part of our written submission. TH has also emphasized the importance of wetlands as part of the Dawson Regional Land Use Planning process. Our recent submission of conservation priorities identified wetlands as an important value and recommended permanent protection for certain key wetlands. In the absence of an approved land use plan, further mining of wetlands undermines the land use planning process that is central to our final agreement and the bargain we struck with Canada and the Yukon. It's been 22 years since we signed our final agreement. This hearing is a result of TH's intervention with regard to a water license application for a placer project in wetlands and our request for a public interest hearing on this important issue. The objective of Chapter 14 of Yukon First Nation final agreements is to maintain the water of the Yukon in a natural condition while providing for its sustainable use. To us, this includes ensuring any industrial development, such as mining, is sustainable as well as protecting water, including wetlands, so that sustainable traditional uses can continue. As a government, we understand the importance of balancing various interests, including the economy and the environment. We support sustainable development in our traditional territories. However, we do not support further mining in our precious wetlands. We are frustrated that mining continues without a comprehensive understanding about the wetlands and their functions, or appropriate measures in place that would result in effective protection and reclamation of wetlands. Such mining is not sustainable and does not maintain water or the land in a natural condition. Our view remains that until appropriate measures are in place to ensure wetlands are protected and reclaimed, there should be no further mining at wetlands in our traditional territory. Such measures may include legislation calling for guidelines for the protection and reclamation of wetlands, or protections developed through the land use planning process for the Dawson region. These measures must be developed in collaboration with Yukon First Nations. In the meantime, we need the Water Board to step in and stop further damage until those measures are in place. We need you to stop issuing licenses where there will be irreparable harm, where wetlands can't be restored, and to work with us to make sure the right measures are put in place going forward. Today, you will hear from our representatives about the importance of wetlands to TH citizens and the environment, our responses to the 3 specific questions you have asked, and our recommendations regarding next steps. We believe our recommendations are a path forward to a coherent strategy and measures that will protect wetlands and allow sustainable development for the benefit of future generations of TH citizens and Yukoners. Masicho.
Thank you, Chief Joseph. It's Bill Slater again. First of all, thanks for those for providing us with some important context about what brought us here today, which are the adverse effects we've seen in wetlands, and what our path forward must be to ensure that wetlands will continue to function as they always have to support TH culture and the ecosystems of your land. Mr. Chair, the second component of our presentation provides some oral testimony from TH elders and citizens about what wetlands mean to TH, why they're so important, and the relationship between the land and the water and TH people and culture. This testimony will be presented as an audio recording, and I'll actually share a screen just of a photo while that's playing. It turns out that I can't actually share the screen from here when you're sharing audio content in Dawson.
Oh, okay.
So you can probably share the screen there as well.
Drin Hozo, Shojre Kylie, Dawson City Hwëch'in, Danoja Joga Tredahok I. We are honored today to share the voices of some of our Hwëch'in citizens for this important hearing on placer mining in our wetlands. We are caretakers of the land. Our ancestors taught the importance of this, and we carry this forward. When we negotiated our final agreements, we did so with the understanding that we would share together the responsibility of taking care of the land for future generations. Today, the areas in and around wetlands have not been properly cared for. We are not opposed to mining, but it must be done respectfully. We have 5 citizens speaking for us today. Many more share similar concerns. Our speakers today are Elder Peggy Cormandy, who hunted, fished, and trapped in this region for many years. James Roberts, who is a natural resource officer with Hwëch'in government. Fran Morberg Green, a herbalist and interpreter at Donojatjo Cultural Center. Elder Steve Titus, Elder Sylvia Farr, Masi Cho for listening, and we look forward to working together for a brighter future for all generations.
When we go back to the different government, federal government, the Yukon government, or whatever, and our government, we had our First Nation government long time before they called themselves First Nation. You go back to these old people, they tell you the same story. They were looking after the earth, their water, and that's the way it should be. It doesn't matter what color we are, we're still human beings on this earth. And the way things are going now, what would it be like for our future, of our young kids, our grandkids? What kind of life they're going to have? And I started thinking about the wetland. The beaver is a really important animal on this earth because he makes a pond. The birds, all the animals come and drink this water because it's safe. Human beings could drink that water at that time. But now, when we think about it, should I drink that water? And then you have man-made pond, just talking about plastic clean. You have man-made pond. What does it look like? Some of them look gray and some of them look black, and you just have gravel, nothing growing. When we talk about the wetland, the moose, they eat that stuff in the bottom of the wetland. How long did it grow? How long did it take to grow for that moose to eat to get his vitamin off of this pond? And it's really important that it's too late now, but for what we got left, I think we have to be strong. Everyone has to be strong, because it's not just Native people talking. The community have to get together and say this is what we want for our kids. Because it's not going to be your life and not going to be mine. But that's what we're talking about. Okay, how can I put this on? The government and the federal government, they got their Bible. And we have our own from day one. How Native people live on this land. It's just like their law and my law. My law is different. I'm trying to speak from my heart. For what I see, all these changes as I've been on this earth, and it's not doing good. It's no good. No good for everyone. Indian River used to be a beautiful country. Not only me trapped there, we have a lot of Native people trapped there. And yet, there's still a lot of beaver. They're trying to make their home. Now what we got? Gravel. Like we have different little roads where the old timers build their houses and stuff like that, where they were happy, everybody was happy. And at that time there was no placer claim or mining claim on Indian River. I forget what year it started, but for me and my husband, we go trapping for beaver, or we float down the Indian River. And at that time, there were a lot of beaver. You go back there now, what a change for me. All you see is gravel, black mud. In this old timer, we're trying to name the building down here. He used to have a cabin there. Now you don't see the cabin. He used to live there. And I have these little tools or whatever I found outside his house, what he made out of his hand to sew or to whatever he has to do with that tools. But for me, I think to myself, what a beautiful place. Now look at what we got. When we talk about Mother Earth is strong, we get everything from Mother Earth. And people have to think about that. You get spruce tree to make your home. We have berries. We have animals. You look at what happened to the salmon. I'm not going to blame no one. There's something wrong there too. But nobody's saying anything. Oh, the salmon's low or whatever. But there's a lot of question out there, you know, and maybe the other side will have a different way of trying to protect his Bible. And I'm trying to protect mine. It has to come to an end, or good or bad. You see certain place where things dry, willow dry. You go up Dempster, what happened there too? You see different area where it used to be wetland. How come that thing dried up? You know. But most important thing, I think we have to fight hard for this wetland. I'm not the person that knows everything. I always told those guys that too. I'm just trying to help our earth youth too. This is going to be their life, not going to be ours. And I think that is important to everyone. Doesn't matter what color we are. If I pinch you, you're going to say, ow! But I like to put my 2 cents worth in there, you know. I mean, it may be 1 cent or 2 cents or whatever it's going to cost.
Indian River wetlands. When I was 15-year-old, at the mouth of the Indian River, there's about 600 some odd yards from the mouth, there's a little lake on the left-hand side, and I'll go hunting there all the time. And we used to bring moose out of there. I was taken there by Peter Jonas. I used to hunt with that elder all the time, and he showed me all these favorite spots that everybody uses. And he said salmon used to go up that Indian River when it was clear, clean. They go up certain distance and spawn. You know, 50 years later, there's no spawning there. There's no clean water there. It has changed. A lot of it has been mined out over the last 50, 60 years. That valley can't sustain everything, you know. It can't sustain mining forever. It can't. The land will die, you know. Reclamation, it's good in some ways, and there's some things you can't reclamate, you know. As far as the land goes, you know, if the land is going to dry up and die, then there'll be no animals. And through these changes, the animals don't go there anymore. They go somewhere else. You gotta protect them wetlands because you have all types of ducks. You know, swans and cranes that use that area for feeding and resting as they move north, or they come back from north south and go head south. And if they don't have that there anymore, they go somewhere else, and then that affects your food harvest. As soon as you destroy an area and there's no feed for the animals, that changes their migration pattern. And I'm talking about caribou And same as moose, eh? A lot of people figure moose don't migrate. Oh yeah, they do. They move around. If they go to an area where there is no food, they're going to remember that. And you keep going, they go to the next valley. And if that's the same, they go to the next valley. Pretty soon they're out of the country. You know, they don't come back. What I expect out of the water board is to be more involved than just okaying water license. You know, they have to have review panel within their water board from the license. Okay, you got a 10-year license. They give them a 10-year license. Well, after the first year, they get all the feedback from the CMI or NROs, and they read that. And okay, there's so many violations that's happened. Let's take a look at this guy's water license. Now, if he doesn't improve, then it's lifted right now. You can't, because if it doesn't improve the second year, it's never going to improve. You see? The water board has to say, okay, we have to do a review on all the licenses we give out. I don't give a care if it's 100,000 licenses you give out. You gave them out, you do a review on them. And the thing is, only the water board can, besides the courts, the water board can pull a license. Eh? And the thing is, I think they're very reluctant to do that. But if they have all the evidence plus complaints, they take a look at it, they can lift the water license. That's what I'd like to see them do. Is start being responsible for giving out my grandfather's land and dirtying the water and making the animals leave. You know, take some responsibility. Any government agency can give out anything, but you gotta stand up and say, okay, we're responsible for that, and you must act on all these complaints. All the waterways in Canada are protected by the federal government. It belongs to the federal government, which in reality belongs to the people. It doesn't belong to the government, it belongs to the people. You make sure these agencies do their job. You know, you got to stand up and say, hey, enough's enough. Time to slow down and put a stop to everything until everybody figure out what's going on and how the effects are happening. Because within 5 years, you'll see it. You'll see the effects.
The land has so much to offer to us, enough to take care of everybody. I don't think that the land should be pushed to the point where you're going to visibly see impacts, because once that happens, then you've destabilized it already. And it's just like the body. When you make the body sick with a disease or illness, it's better to prevent that than it is to push it to the point where the illness shows up because you haven't been listening or tuning in, and then it's much more difficult to reverse that. The water and the wetlands are so important. They're like very essential in our world. Like, they support all of the tiniest organisms and, you know, the microbes and stuff. And once those are out of balance, it throws everything else out of balance. Knocking any animal system out, like someone might take out a wetland someplace and it didn't have that much of an impact that they thought, and then they take another one out and that's too much. Like, you know, you don't know when you've gone too far until you've gone too far, and you can't just return that. You can't replace that. A wetland is a very concentrated area of life, and giving life to so many, from microbes, you know, to moose, to birds, to fish, to everything you could think of and can't think of. Yeah, and all these things are essential. There's things that we don't know about the world that we live in, and we need to respect and honor every other life system. We're not the only ones here, you know, and being caretakers, it's we're not landowners, we're caretakers. We take care of the land, and it's a great responsibility. And so when I see things happening, like people are overfishing in areas, or they're just hacking trees down, you know, chopping the tops off of them on the sides of the highway, they're just like running over them. You know, there's just such a just lack of respect for other living beings. You know, thinking the tree is just a lifeless thing when it gives so much to so many. It's alive and it's communicating, and you know, science knows this, that it's much more than it seems. Our medicines, we don't look at a person holistically, we look at them as parts. We disregard things that we don't understand. You shut off, you don't have answers, and it's not fully understood. Yet there are systems that exist that are holistic but excluded from helping. I know that gold has a medicinal property. I know there's so much gold on the planet that is being hoarded. Like the wealth of it's being hoarded, and like you have gold now, you know, but you still need more and more and more. Like it's creating an imbalance, and nature's always going to balance itself out. And even with us as humans, like the imbalance is going to have to correct itself, and it's going to do it whether we like it or not. So whether they like it or not, they're going to be balanced.
I think all wetlands are important for the environment, and they help purify your water and the air, and they're good for the animals, of course. I'm not against mining if they only do it right, not wrecking all the creeks and putting back things that they shouldn't be. Don't leave it just one big rock pile, things like that. Replant the forests, replant the trees that they take out, stuff like that. Most mining, only things that easily grow back is mostly willows and a few aspen trees and that. But you need spruce trees and birch trees, a mix of trees to purify the air. Some people use chemicals to recover their gold, but they don't pollute the creeks and rivers with their wastewater, so they gotta do their talon ponds safer so it don't breach and leaks into the river and streams. A lot of the mines too, they just leave old equipment behind and a lot of garbage sometimes. It seems like they just take it and take all the money and then just leave all the garbage, which is not good. They should have it like when they have a mine, they pay maybe $5-6 million for cleanup in case of accidents, and then that way if they just take off, we don't end up paying for everything ourselves. It should be their responsibility. If you watch Gold Rush and that, you can see how much land they take out, and you're not sure if they put it all back together when they go. They say they do, but you know, they'll never know, really. They might just slough everything, the garbage in the mill, and bury it with dirt. Instead they got rid of it. They should have somebody there checking it when they're putting it back together to make sure that they do the right job. That's why I don't like mining too much, because they do ruin a lot of wetland. They use the wetland in their mining, and then they can't put back the water that they use most of the time, because it's got silt and everything inside, probably chemicals, oils, peeking from equipment and stuff, but they have a quick run into a pond, and it's got its own filtering through the roots and all the moss and stuff. By the time it comes out the other side from those ponds, it's cleaner. It's way cleaner than like the filters you can buy in the store for your water. Nothing works better than nature to fix itself. The wetlands like peat moss and moss, when they dig it up and that, they releases it. Just like the Amazon rainforest, it's almost gone. And it used to take at least half of the world's carbon dioxide out of the air. And we lose all that, then your air pollution will get worse and worse and worse.
Back in the old days, they used wooden sluice box, shovels, picks, and you see those pictures, and you look, they were working hard, and they were looking out for the environment, the wetlands. You didn't see big equipment. Then when this gold rush came in and they bringing in all these equipments and everything like that, that's fine, but they kind of ruined the areas. If they mine in the area and they're going to clean, it's just like Marty Knudsen. He cleans up and tries to put it back. And if that area is out of gold, and then he doesn't just leave it. He put an effort towards it. I don't have nothing against mining. It's a thing, but it's a wetland that we need to take care of. We need more information put out there so that people can understand that this is very important. And if there's so many people asking for this wetland, they should do it. Like, not just say yes, no, wait for something to happen. Let's just start doing it now, so it's like, it's 2020. We need to really clean up all of it for our next generations. It's all kids, all people. We're not going to be here to keep going. We need to have it going now so that they can keep it up, not just say, yeah, we're going to do it. And we need to do it now, not the generation in 2030 or,
Mr. Chair, it's Bill Slater. I think that concludes our presentation from the elders and citizens. So thanks to them for sharing their views about wetlands and the important roles of wetlands and the effects of mining. And also thanks to the TH team, especially Ms. Chris Clark, for their work in compiling that input for the board's consideration. All of that done in the face, of course, of the challenges created by the COVID-19 pandemic. Our next presentation provides some perspectives about wetlands and mining in wetlands from the Natural Resources Department of the Hwëch'in government. I'm going to pass the mic, so to speak, to Mr. Darren Taylor. He's the director of the Natural Resources Department, a role he's held since 2007. He began working for his First Nation in 1990 to support the land claims process, and then he subsequently served a 9-year term as chief from 1998 to 2007. So we'll hear from him now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. I'll just start with my presentation. The day is fast upon us when Yukon Indian people will disappear, when we'll be no more. We're losing our learning environment. Our traditional knowledge is dying from loss of the environment and habitat that supports it. Land conversion is upon us. The Indian River Valley that exists today is much different from the broad sweeping wetland habitat it used to be. With the increase in activity levels and lack of reclamation and destroyed habitat, I don't feel as comfortable with harvesting down there anymore. I don't even want to drive down there for leisure. It's too depressing. I find it depressing because I see loss from all the change, including the loss of my ability to have a successful harvest. Miners challenge me if I go and hunt or camp on the land. I don't want to go down there and get into arguments with miners every time I want to harvest. I want to go out and harvest in my traditional territory wherever I choose and not get frowned upon and asked, what am I doing here? The Indian River Valley is no longer an area I want to take my children or their children. I wouldn't want to bring them there and scare them away from hunting because of it being too difficult. I've heard from our young people that when they walk around the tailing piles, they experience a profound sense of loss. Our children are already losing the taste of salmon, and now they too are losing other traditional teachings on the land. Through the erasing of the land and water and our ties to that land and water, we are losing ourselves and our children from the land. Our very children are disappearing from the land. Part of ourselves dies when our relationship with the land is disrupted. We rely on being out on the land to teach our children. So damaging the land and our ability to hunt results in the erasing of indigenous knowledge. If there are no longer elders on the land telling the children and grandchildren of the best hunting spots and passing on our way of life, we will no longer be on the land and we will lose our culture. I can recall when I was younger, me and my brothers would go out with my father. We would take full opportunities of this family time. We would go out and harvest Chinook salmon, moose, caribou, and collect firewood. We would exchange stories and traditional knowledge. For me, this was the most important thing. And now I pass on this knowledge and traditional practices to my children and grandchildren. To me, this means passing on food security, healthy living, oral history, and family traditions. It means sharing stories about the use areas throughout the traditional territory, where we go berry picking and harvesting of Chinook salmon, caribou, and moose. Showing where on the rivers we have old camps before they are washed away. Sharing where my parents are from, 12 Mile and 8 Mile. It is important to pass this knowledge on to my children and grandchildren. They need to know these things. If not, there are no family or cultural ties to the land. Without this ability, our identity as Aboriginal descendants no longer exist. I don't want my grandchildren growing up not knowing who they are and where their family is from. The land provides, and we obviously rely on it. We can no longer exploit these resources. We need to use these resources wisely. If we don't and continue to pillage for profit, this will all eventually end. Although local operators do their best to reclaim, this is not the reality of the situation. Most operators are no longer local. They never spend the winter here. They come up for the mining season, then they're gone. They are taking advantage of what is available to them without any regard for effects on local area residents and intact environments for harvesters. They do not have a vested interest in the traditional territory or leave the land and water intact. Again, like many other citizens, I'm not against development or mining. However, it needs to be done in a better way, in a modern and realistic way. The free entry Wild West doesn't work today. We are reaching a tipping point beyond which there's no turning back. The Dawson area is more at risk than anywhere in the territory and even Canada. Despite having an agreement, I would say our rights, titles, and interests are more at risk now than ever before. I see a lot of talking and little action to protect and reclaim wetlands. As a result, I see a death by 1,000 cuts or 1,000 projects. I'm becoming cynical because I don't see much of a future. I have lost trust in both governments and individuals. I don't see modern governments taking into consideration how our actions today affect our surrounding environment and how they may have impacts on our future animal populations and their habitats. We are coming to the Water Board because of the constant overturning of YESIB recommendations to Yukon. To us, this shows the constant struggle we're up against in having our treaty rights recognized and upheld. If we continue to destroy the land and water without regard, we will replicate what has happened in the Indian River throughout our traditional territory. And what will be left, and what will we be left with? The Indian River could be an example of how to do things better and identify things that shouldn't be done or repeated in other areas and wetlands. We need to learn from our mistakes. Most people who learn from their mistakes become better people. If we do not learn, our lives become full of mistakes without corrective action. We then become dysfunctional and selfish, a person who does not think about the needs of others or the land. We need the Water Board and governments to fulfill their obligations to First Nations. Governments need to do something to prove that they have our interests in hand and in heart. They're not looking at the value of our intact environment, including wetlands, and what that can provide for the economic base in the future. I would like to see a recognition of the final agreements. I would like to see the protection of our Aboriginal rights, titles, and interests. We need effective measures to protect our wetlands and to reclaim them to their natural state if they are mined. We need new legislation, guidelines, and policies. And in the meantime, we need the Water Board to step in and stop further damage until those measures are in place. We need to stop issuing licenses where there will be irreparable harm, where wetlands can't be restored, and to work with us to make sure the right measures are in place going forward. Today, we're talking about conserving and protecting wetlands as an integral part of the land that we rely upon for identity and survival. What we're really talking about today is conserving and protecting our deeply ingrained connection with the land and water. This is our spirituality. This is who we are as Denizhu. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it's Bill Slater. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for that passionate description of the cultural implications that can arise from mining-related disturbances. The next phase of our presentation, we're going to provide some scientific and economic perspectives about wetlands and the costs and benefits associated with placer mining. We begin that with a presentation from Dr. Lee Foote about the functions of wetlands, how wetlands can be affected by disturbance, and the feasibility and cost of wetland reclamation. Dr. Foote is a wetland ecologist and a professor emeritus at the University of Alberta, where he conducted wetland reclamation and wildlife work. He has been involved with Yukon wetland issues for over 3 years.
Hello, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Not yet?
Okay, then let me try this again. At least you can hear me. So that brings up my screen.
We can see you and hear you, but not your screen.
Okay. You see me. I'm going to hit share screen and go to here. That's the way in. How about that?
It's coming. There we go.
Great. Thank you. I come to you from Burnaby, which is the traditional home of the Coastal Salish peoples. And I really extend my thanks to the Water Board for allowing this presentation and to the previous speakers. Great job, and they've covered a lot of the ground that I would ultimately have covered. So I would like to start a little bit and talk some about a primer on wetlands very briefly, but Jeff and others have covered this, Jeff, Scott. If we take it as a premise that there are three descriptors of what makes a wetland, shallow water, saturated soils, and water adapted plants, then it gives us some insight into how we manage these wetlands, I'll use the analogy of levers. A lever provides a certain amount of leverage that gives us a management control for reclamation or for the disturbance. It can be pushed either way. As the people of the Peace Athabasca Delta remind us, water is the boss. Water is the top driver, the source, the volume, the timing, the periodicity. This is what really separates a wetland or aquatic habitat from a terrestrial habitat. And in mining, it's very critical that water gets used. The geology of the sites that are altered, the soil in which this wetland occurs, the chemistry, is it salty, is it organic, is it nutrient rich, is it nutrient poor? And we're going to talk a little bit about that, which in a disturbed and an undisturbed wetland, how the geology differs. And Jeff did a really nice job of showing us some slides on that. The final component is the land form, and again, a vital player in mining, the slope, the arrangement, the depth of these various features of the landscape. So with this in mind, I had a chance to fly over the Indian River a couple of years ago, and at the upper reaches, the water quality was noticeably clearer when there was no mining upstream. The area was intact. The timing, it didn't look like a high flood regime system. The geology showed one of organic soils. You can see the humid colored water coming through, woody debris, minimal sediment flows, no exposed sediment. And the landform was flat, shallow, meandering streams. You can see old stream channels in the back and a very little bit of exposed open water. But largely, this is not an open pond system. This is a closed system. And when movements occur, they are short-lived before it polutifies, as they say, or fills back in. So let's go back and pull some management levers on this and try to talk about what happens. You've seen lots of really interesting slides. Now, one of the premier scientific journals, I'll hold this up, is Science, and they had an entire article on the world of mud and the vital importance of entire ecosystems being changed by changing the water flows. They used the eastern United States and Canada with the mill ponds that drove the mills, that we realized the entire ecosystem is now changed because of this changed water flow. The sloughs are now full of sediment, and the streams are incised and downcut downstream of these mill ponds. And we think that's normal, but it's not. When we see the changes occurring in the Indian River, these have long-term implications as well, where rivers are squeezed, diverted, blocked, driven through, sediment-laden. We see deltas and bends that are filled with sediment. These are different. These are differences. But it doesn't just end there. This upstream, downstream actually goes much further. The road to Dawson at one point was blown out by wetland flows upstream, and Dawson is actually flooded. These weren't necessarily caused by loss of wetlands, but these are two things that very much happen in areas with large wetland loss in their catchments. is the flows become spikier, more erratic, more extreme. This compounded with climate change issues could cause very serious problems, and this brings you right into the economic implications of loss of wetlands. Again, it's hard to monetize these things, and we've heard a lot about culture. I touched on money a little bit, but there are costs to the public from the actions of a few upstream. I'm going to try to stay fairly sciencey, but I want to take one little poke here. When you look at these systems of disturbed and undisturbed, mined and unmined wetlands, and we talk about the subtle changes, it feels sometimes like we're rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. A simple glance shows a radically different system under mining versus unmined. And if the goal is to maintain some semblance of the natural, or to see a model of how we want to put this back into shape, you don't have to look too far to see what it should look like or could look like. And the challenge there for reclamation is tremendous. Let's go back to our levers again. The levers we drive with geology, if you look closely, you can see this peat, and I'll talk more about peat in a moment, a living surface, highly organic material in the upper strata that Jeff showed us. And once removed and moved to a system like this, we have bare cobble exposed. It's a very different living surface. It produces different materials, but the process of moving this material around also mobilizes it. We see a tremendous plume of downstream mud. The color of the river changes downstream from sediment offlow. The nutrients are lost and the water quality diminished downstream. And here, we've seen the same site several times in presentations. They've carefully pulled the organic matter up here, but upon mobilization and drying, this material loses up to 1/3 of its volume, and you never have enough dirt to refill the hole, as we all know. So this is lost to the atmosphere, and it's also not enough to cover the land that it was removed from. However, we do know that 1 hectare of deep peatland can have 1 million tons of peat, I'm sorry, 1 million kilograms of peat on site. That's a tremendous amount of carbon that's not in the atmosphere. The landform lever is pretty vital. We've talked about that some. These deep water habitats and high hummocks, sometimes 3 and 4 meters high, 4 and 5 meters high, are totally anomalous. Those don't occur in the pre-mine wetland river system, Indian River system. So there's a reason for that, and I'll get to that in just a moment. But this is not adequate replacement of the previous values this area produced. Much of the habitat, now granted, this is the McQuestion River, slightly different system, but these deep sedge meadows leading back to forest lands, this was taken from a canoe in the river, versus this very abrupt edge in post-mining it goes straight into scrub willows. These are very different systems. The abrupt edge of bare rock to water with high hills here is not a normal blending zone. And also the habitat for nesting birds, for moose foraging, for fish nursery grounds is lost as well. So the biological changes are tremendous. Vegetation removal, breaking the habitat up, interrupting fish passage, groundwater alteration from the heavy equipment operation, habitat loss, and opening the door for the exotic and invasive species that could very well happen. It doesn't have to be just exotic in order to be invasive. Many of the species that will occupy this site would not have been there formerly. Speaking of peat, peat is not just the jumble of organic matter and dead stems. It's a carefully arranged layering, very different at the bottom than it is at the top. And the Humpty Dumpty analogy applies here. You can put the peat back on the site, but we aren't going to rearrange the stems, the fine granules, in the same order, the same permeability. For example, water flows very quickly at the surface and flows less than a couple of millimeters per day at the bottom. This is a very different time release of water. We've also seen this photograph in various stages of development, and it helps to look a little deeper in this. This upper swatch here of organic material and peat is being drained, the permafrost is being melted, it's being excised, stockpiled, of course, but fundamentally changed. Even if the peat can be replaced, the permafrost will not be, not in meaningful time. This is holding water up here, it's draining water here. So this is a real different system. So there are some peat risks, destabilizing the downstream, interrupting water flows, smothering wetlands with sediment loading. There are complications with climate change, melting the permafrost, and the collapse of peat. And I think Sherry will show you some images of that a little later. Rutting and ditching, and then the decomposing salvaged peat. So this is really kind of what we're talking about. Just this lower box. This is the bottom of that pyramid. The water quality, the geophysical of the riverbed, the exposed sediments, the decompositional processes, and everything above that relies on that. The algae, the fungi and grazers, the meat eaters, the carnivores. So this brings up the idea that if we jeopardize the bottom of this system, the remainder of it is very precarious and often collapses. Something will grow there, but we aren't exactly sure what. So this is a simple analogy, but it's been shown over and over again that ecosystem collapse, trophic cascades can occur with the disruption of these bottom areas. I didn't put humans on that scale because we have to place ourselves carefully in that. But this is me moose hunting, watching a moose in the middle of the river. Some of you will know Graham Van Tighem with a nice grayling. The way we use these resources and the way traditional users use these resources depends on an intact habitat, high quality, that you're willing to spend time in. Darren made a very interesting observation the other day that the resident grouse and hares have a very different relationship than the migratory species such as moose and caribou and waterfowl. And I take that to heart. It's a very interesting observation. So we've talked about water, geology, and land shape, but let me jump right to the reclamation challenge of these. I went to some of the bid packages online for 2018 and came up with some estimates. This is for 1 hectare of soil, 1 meter deep, moved and replaced and then planted as a reclamation, the simplest reclamation possible, and came up with an estimate of $153,000 per hectare. Now, understandably, 2/3 of that cost is right here in the soil handling. I suspect this is a reason that operators want at all costs to minimize the obligation to move those big piles of cobble and fill those ponds. It's just so darn expensive. And if you're trying to maximize profit, you want to minimize that handling. Understood, that's business. But that is a true barrier to getting the landform back to where it needs to be, have any semblance of reclamation. Now this is 1 hectare. Economies of scale means you might be able to bring this down much closer to $100,000 per hectare, maybe lower. But in a survey of the mining costs, mine expenses ran between $10,000 per hectare from marsh to marsh with no soil movement, to over $750,000 per hectare in some of the oil sands mining, still without success, interestingly. That means the range of expense could be between $33 million and $2.5 billion to put back into shape the mining that's already occurred. I'll circle this. Karen McKenna's data, by subtraction, we find about 3,300 hectares of mined wetlands in the Indian River drainage. We're looking at $500 million to replace that. And my last slide, Mr. Moderator. There are other aspects of this reclamation cost. For one thing, the gold value might not cover the cost of reclamation if it's done fairly. We've heard already about the cost of cultural losses, very difficult to monetize and maybe not a good idea. And then there's the issue of fairness, that dollars accrue to a very few. There's a tiny fraction of royalty values we're going to hear more about a little later. And then the costs that are borne, not only they're borne by the public and future generations, and for generations to come, through the salmon that's not caught, the moose that's not available, or the area that's not available. There are aesthetic losses we've heard the native speakers speak to. We've talked about peat converted atmospheric emissions, and then there's just the simple thing of water quality that people downstream inherit. I would drink out of the stream on the left. I would not drink out of the stream on the right. This is the mouth of the Indian River on the right, with its own little mud delta developing there before it dumps into the main stem Yukon. So there are matters of cost, practicality, policy, fairness, and tradition. And these all need to be weighed in. I deeply appreciate the Water Board's careful handling of this. I know it's late in the day, and you've been really good to have me, so thank you very much, and I'll turn it back to you now, Bill.
Bill Slater. Thank you, Dr. Foote. I'm now going to turn the presentation over to Dr. Sherry Westbrook. She's a professor in the Department of Geography and Planning and the Global Institute for Water Security at the University of Saskatchewan. She has 15 years of experience leading research projects that are examining the ecohydrology of wetlands in cold regions, including in the Rocky Mountains in southern Patagonia and the Northwest Territories. She's published more than 40 scientific articles on wetlands and has been engaged in wetland projects in the Yukon for the past 3 years.
Mr. Chair, I'm honored to serve Tronic Hwëch'in today through a presentation of our current understanding of the hydrologic function of northern wetlands and the changes made to their functioning by placer mining. And I joined today from the traditional lands of the White-Cap First Nation, which I lived on the edge. Wetlands are not just a single type of ecosystem. Wetlands is a term that's used to embrace a wide variety of ecosystems as distinguished from other landforms by 3 factors: their hydrology, soils, and vegetation. As they have such variable conditions, they are considered the most biological diverse of all ecosystems. The one characteristic in common among all wetlands is at least periodically the soils are saturated or inundated, meaning they occur where surface and or groundwater or permafrost creates flooded, ponded, or waterlogged conditions. In Canada, the National Wetland Working Group defined a wetland for both scientific and regulatory purposes as, quote, land that is saturated with water long enough to promote wetland or aquatic processes as indicated by poorly drained soils, hydrophytic vegetation, and various kinds of biological activity which are adapted to a wet environment, end quote. We saw a little bit on the wetland classification system earlier today. I wanted to follow up on that. It is a scientific classification that does not include environmental, social, cultural, or economic importance of wetlands. It is a hierarchical system. It includes wetland class, wetland form, and type. There are 5 classes based on different developmental characteristics and environments. Forms are based on surface water and underlying mineral soil characteristics, and types are based on plant communities. The 5 classes are grouped into families. There are organic wetlands with carbon-rich soils, which we heard earlier are referred to as peatlands, and mineral wetlands. Bogs and fens are peatlands. Marshes and open waters, meaning areas with less than 2 meters deep of water, are considered mineral wetlands. And swamps, they swing between being peatlands and mineral wetlands, depending on the soil conditions. So this graphic here shows the complexity of the wide-ranging water and nutrient regimes of wetlands, which depends very much so on their class. So peatlands, for example, are near the top of the diagram in purple and in green with a little bit in orange. They are characterized by water tables that are near, but not usually at the land surface, slowly flowing water through them, low nutrient content, and low plant production. These are the characteristics that create a low oxygen environment in which organic plant materials are able to only slowly decompose, and so they develop the peat. Those are the soils with the high organic content, organic carbon content. Supporting traditional uses and cultural values of wetlands is their functions. Functions are defined as natural, physical, chemical, and biological processes that are associated with wetlands, independent of their benefit to humans. Example functions include hydrologic transfer, water storage, biogeochemical transformation, carbon sequestration, energy and water transfer between the atmosphere and land surface, soil stabilization, food chain support, and habitat for fish and wildlife. As wetlands regulate the flow of energy and matter, you'll often hear them referred to as the kidneys of landscapes. A key thing to remember, though, is that although the functions of wetlands depend on their extent and location in a regional context, meaning that the same type of wetland may function differently in another place on the landscape. Here, I show some recent scholarly work. The most recent scientific estimates of northern peatland extent was published just in August of this year. And it's reported that they cover about 0.7% of the globe, about 3.7 million square kilometers, as you can see in these maps, which are a pole view of the Earth. But peatlands have a disproportionate importance relative to their limited areal extent. Through a mixture of on-the-ground soil coring and computer modeling, the most recent estimate of carbon storage in northern peatlands is somewhere in the range of 415 trillion kilograms of carbon stocks that have been around for millennia. About half of northern peatlands are suspected to be affected by permafrost. If we now zoom in from the world to just a map of Canada, and if we look directly at the Yukon, we can see that there's varied carbon storage and peat across the Yukon in wetlands. There's also varying permafrost conditions, from continuous permafrost that occurs in the northern part of the Yukon to more sporadic permafrost in the south. Wetlands are not mapped in detail across the whole of the Yukon, as we heard earlier today. However, there have been regional mapping exercises, identification of some 50 wetland complexes important to the territory, and a new broad-scale mapping of dominant wetland types across the whole of Canada using a remote sensing at a broad spatial scale. Wetlands in the Indian River Valley were recently mapped and classified in late 2017 by Karen McKenna, and one of those maps is shown here. The work that she did indicates that peatlands are the dominant wetland type in the undisturbed areas, with fens being the most dominant of them. The Indian River is located in what's considered Canada's discontinuous permafrost zone, but of course permafrost can be locally extensive within the zone, and many of the wetlands in the Indian River are permafrost affected. And so a little bit about what we understand about wetlands that are located in permafrost from their hydrologic perspective. Peat plateaus, including their small isolated bogs, have deeper snowpacks than other parts of the landscape and produce meltwater that drains through the thin active layer, which is the seasonally thawed soil. And that water drains to channel fens and connected bogs. Channel fens have high water tables, and water entering them is slowly conveyed downstream to the watershed outlet, often through the soils, not over the land surface. This means that water conveyance is the primary hydrologic function of these types of wetlands. Bogs, in comparison, have reasonably high and stable water tables, but not right at the land surface. So the land surface is a bit dry. Water entering them is removed primarily through one of two mechanisms, either through evapotranspiration, which is the return of water to the atmosphere, sometimes just directly evaporated from the land surface, but often through plants themselves, and partially through groundwater recharge, so vertical drainage downward, if there is no permafrost beneath the bogs. The primary function of bogs is thus water storage. Placer deposits are located beneath many of the wetlands, mostly peatlands in the Indian River Valley and elsewhere in the Yukon. And so to mine the gold, the wetlands must be up earth or otherwise impacted by project infrastructure to unearth other wetlands. Thus, avoidance of impacts to wetlands, while desirable, is difficult, and so mitigation measures are typically needed. Ideally, mitigation measures should be designed so that replacement wetlands provide the hydrological and ecological equivalency of the lost wetlands. The problem is that we don't yet know how to effectively replace bogs and fens, as the eco-hydrological processes that lead to their continued peat accumulation over time are extremely difficult to replicate. As well, these types of peatlands can only develop over very long timescales, much longer than we would plan a reclamation work. So, the current reclamation practice being used in the Indian River Valley and elsewhere is the development of open water areas. Some of these open water areas are wetlands, meaning they have less than 2 meters depth of water, but some of them are deeper than that and are just open water bodies, meaning they have greater than 2 meters of water. There are also some marshes in the Indian River that I have seen, which I have been told have mostly spontaneously developed, and I observed some had been developed by beaver activities. Open water wetlands are not naturally abundant landscape features in the Indian River Valley, as Lee showed in one of his slides. What's generally known from studies elsewhere in the north is that water collects in them from surface runoff, stream inflows, or seasonal thawing of the active layer. Open water bodies added to the landscape following placer mining function somewhat like open water wetlands do under climate warming. Permafrost is thawed beneath these open water bodies, which facilitates vertical exchange of water with the groundwater system. And you can get water flowing into the permafrost aquifers at lower water levels in the lakes than would otherwise occur. And so you end up with lake drainage. The other thing that can happen is you can have increased recharge and enhanced groundwater discharge through activated near-surface aquifers. And that can lead to lake expansion and increased conveyance of water to a river channel. Currently, projects are assessed on an application-by-application basis. The loss of one wetland or a few in a watershed may not be noticeable or impactful, especially if the wetlands are small or not located along major flow routes. The problem, though, is we don't understand the tipping points in ecosystems that cause abrupt shifts in an ecosystem state from one to another, or in actual ecosystem collapse, the ecosystem functional loss. Is that tipping point mainly a function of how much wetland area is lost or changed? Is it related to how much wetland function is lost? How about loss of wetlands in critical landscape positions? Do they matter more than other ones? Or is it fragmentation that's the key metric? In thinking about these challenges, we must often remember that the sorts of cumulative effects of development that I mentioned are often nonlinear and are therefore much more difficult to predict than linear types of impacts. There are outstanding science questions that make it challenging to provide evidence-based guidance to inform sound land use decision-making and effective reclamation practices. I thus advise exercising a precautionary approach. Also sorely needed is a cumulative impact study, which has been mentioned today, of the Indian River Valley to understand its current wetland conditions, preferably comparing to another system with relatively little disturbance, so that future development impacts can be properly evaluated by the board. What is happening in the Indian River Valley and at other placer mining locations in the Yukon is large-scale ecosystem alteration. Peatlands, mostly bogs and fens, are being lost during placer mining. They're being replaced by systems that have a mixture of open water wetlands and other open water bodies. Analogous to exiting a highway, we'll end up somewhere different with our current reclamation practices than if we kept on the highway. The challenge is that for the new ecosystems being created in the post-mining environment, We don't have a map to show us where the exit will take us. It's not clear what set of eco-hydrologic functions these new systems we are creating will provide, how well they will mimic the functions of the original landscape, and how these system functions will actually evolve over time. What needs to be carefully considered is the goal of reclamation and to provide direction on some of these answers. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it's Bill Slater again. We have one more technical presentation coming from Mr. Randy Sunderman. He has degrees in biology and economics and is the principal of Peak Solutions Consulting in Kamloops. He has provided some socioeconomic expertise to numerous land resource management planning processes, timber supply reviews, tourism opportunity processes, and has been involved in several environmental development and economic assessments in Yukon in the last 8 years.
Can you see my slides there?
Not yet. We can see you and hear you.
Okay. How about now?
Not yet.
Randy, you may have the same problem as me. Click at the top to share screen, not the PowerPoint bar at the bottom.
PowerPoint? Oh, darn. Sorry, which one is it here?
It's most likely a pop-up bar up at the top of your screen.
I have share.
Yeah.
But that's not taking me to the right place. It's taking me to OneDrive. Sorry, people. How about now?
Not yet.
Randy, when you click share screen, click
Yeah.
on your PowerPoint presentation itself,
Okay.
and then click share.
Then click share. I'm sorry, it's not. It's attaching document.
Randy, do you want me to try and share it from my side?
Could you do that, please?
I'll give it a try.
Sorry about this. Yeah.
Things are being a bit slow on my end, but I'm working on it.
Apologize, everybody. Yeah, it's
All right, I think this might work. There, what have we got up?
We have Randy's submission up.
okay. I apologize, everybody, for that.
So Randy, you'll have to tell me when to switch slides.
Yes, I'll do that. Thanks, Bill, and thanks for the introduction there, Bill. Yeah, and so I'm talking to you today from the traditional territory of the Hwëch'in to Kamloops here in Kamloops. And Mr. Chair, I'll be speaking to the socioeconomic and environmental multiple account analysis of the placer mining in the Yukon and River Indian area. So just, so if you go to the second slide, Bill. So just as way of introduction, the Hwëch'in have engaged a consultant to study the socioeconomic impacts of the placer mining on the TH traditional territories and the Yukon. The focus of this work was on the Indian River watershed and wetlands. This report has been reorganized into the multiple account analysis methodology, which includes several accounts. The multiple account methodology is designed to provide background, description, and assessment of the socioeconomic and environmental values. The multiple account analysis framework has been used over the past 25 years in land planning and major projects throughout British Columbia. The following highlights specific indicators associated with each account and challenges were experienced in obtaining data on a specific geography and desired indicators. So going to the next slide, Bill, the economic account, we'll look at the volume of gold that comes from the Indian River watershed. It's estimated that over the last 42 years, about 30,542 ounces have come out annually. This represents approximately 36% of the total for the Yukon over this period, with about 10% coming from the Indian River main stem and the remainder coming from the Indian River tributaries. Placer claims in 2020 were 6,109, which represents approximately 22% of the total for the Yukon. Employment is estimated at 250 for the Indian River, with some of this likely being supported by several reality TV shows. Further, it should be noted that about 64% of the workforce in the Yukon placer sector are local residents from the Yukon. On the gross domestic product side, total mining in the territory is about 6.9% in 2017. A one-off study done for placer mining suggests about $40 million of activity associated with placer mining. This would represent about 37% of total mining activity. Next slide, government finances account. This is the revenue side. So we've heard earlier about royalties. The royalties from the Dawson Mining District, which includes the Indian River area, is about $23,405, which represents about 88% of the total for the Yukon in 2017. It should be noted that the royalty amount is at 37.5 cents per ounce. Financial securities, there's a small portion that's allocated to mining or placer mining for the whole of the Yukon territory. Placer fees in 2017 were estimated at $353,000. Water board and land use permits are approximately $43,000, with about half of that occurring in Trondheim traditional territory. Maps and charts generate a small amount. Fines and penalties are approximately $200,000 in 2017. Heritage resources, there's no record of fees there. Taxation, it's estimated about $1.1 million are collected by all levels of government from gold and silver activity in the Yukon. A portion of this would be allocated to the placer mining industry. The overall magnitude of the placer industry would be a portion of the 1.7 million highlighted above. Next slide, please, Bill. Government finance expenditures. The Yukon Mineral Exploration Program provides about $440,000 in 2017 to the mining sector. Although this year in 2020, it looks like that'll be bumped up to about $2.5 million. Fuel tax rebate is estimated at $553,000, and annual grants to the Mining Association, approximately $270,000 in 2017. Government services to placer mining, so this is the government agencies providing support to the mining sector, have expenditures and maintenance and operation costs. If we allocate 24% of this total to the placer mining sector, it approximates to about $2.5 million a year. The environmental assessment process estimates about 34% of activities associated with placer mining. So this would approximate to about $2 million in 2017 to the ESSA administration process. So the overall magnitude here for placer mining expenses would be $4.5 million plus a portion of $1.2 million in 2017. As well, there's other projects, special projects that are undertaken supporting mining in the Yukon. It's estimated that there's about $16.3 million in projects underway over multiple years currently, and an unknown amount of this would benefit the placer mining sector. We also looked at, Bill, if you move the slides, we also looked at the social and community account. So looking more closely at the local area, the Dawson City and area, the Dawson City and area has about 228 businesses. The Yukon Chamber of Mines directory identifies 7 members in the directory. Recently, the Dawson Business Retention Expansion Survey identified 14 growing businesses in the community. 2 attributed strong growth and 4 moderate growth as a result of mining. However, it's not clear how much of this is associated with the placer sector. The labor force, there are approximately 130 people associated with the mining labor force in total in the Dawson City area. It's not knowing what portion of this would be associated directly with placer. In addition, though, it also should be noted that there would be employment supported by mining in other labor categories. Next slide, Bill. So here we move into the environmental accounts, and many of the speakers before me here have spoken to some of these issues regarding the environmental account. So I'll just briefly touch on these and move relatively quickly through these next set of 3 slides. So the ecological values have been discussed, the downstream repercussions we've heard about, and some of the adverse effects as they interact with the mining or with the environment have been discussed. As you've heard, examination and research prompted by expert concern over the condition that currently exists in the mine in the Indian River area. Next slide, please, Bill. So reclamation issues, Dr. Foote talked about those and some of the costs associated. The placer mining disturbance, which is for the Dawson planning region, estimated 120 square kilometers, which represent about 54% of all human disturbance in the area. And it should be noted that the Indian watershed has the highest proportion of surface disturbance of all the watersheds in the Dawson planning area. Next slide, please, Bill. We also looked at the fish habitat, and that's been touched on here again with some of the impacts at the local sites where the mining is taking place as well as downstream. Next slide, please, Bill. Indigenous accounts. So several speakers spoke earlier about the impacts on Indigenous values with regards to placer mining. I'm just going to touch on some of the topic areas in the next 2 slides as they've been discussed earlier, and focus on the last slide. So in the first slide, we've heard about the legacy of placer mining. We've heard about the Indigenous perspective of the Indian River watershed. Next slide, please, Bill. We've heard about the Indigenous perspective of disturbances, and we've also heard about the social economic impacts of mining in the area. And then the final slide, which I'll focus on here, the economic development side. So it is acknowledged that between 30 and 40 workers and at least 3 or 4 mine owners are TH citizens. However, it should also be noted that the opportunity costs associated with agri-food production, non-timber forest products, and tourism, as well as traditional harvesting, are all out there to be considered as well. Governance. Overall, royalty is small, and TH gets a fraction of this revenue. For example, in 2016, they received a check for $69. Conversely, it's estimated to cost between $600,000 and $1 million annually to respond to placer mining issues. TH participation in land management decision is part of their traditional stewardship obligations. And finally, since 2013, TH repeatedly highlighted the importance of waterlands and concerns about placer mining. That concludes my presentation, Bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it's Bill Slater. The next presentation is actually one presented by me, so I'm going to try and share that presentation on my screen. It'll just take me a moment here. All right, are you seeing the presentation without the notes, I presume? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, now I just need to do one more thing, which is get the Zoom window off of my notes so that I can actually see that. All right. So you've heard now, Mr. Chair, from TH elders, citizens, staff, experts about the ecological and cultural value of wetlands, what can happen when we disturb wetlands through mining activities, the practicality and costs of reclamation, and the positive and negative impacts of placer mining. I'm going to speak briefly now about what this means with respect to the board's wetland information guidelines and the 3 specific questions that the board raised in the hearing notice. So I was going to provide a bit of context here with respect to our response before delving into that. We are running a little bit behind, so I want to pick up a little bit of time here. I will say that, you know, the chief provided earlier on today some context about how Hwëch'in has raised concern in the past and began raising concern in 2013 about the effects of mining in wetlands. And that, of course, as raised by the chief and also, Mr. Chair, referenced in your comments this morning, led to, yes, reaching conclusions about the significance of adverse effects and making some recommendations about how to address that. And the third context piece that I want to add to there, and the chief also referenced this, relates to how Yukon government has responded to that and in their decision documents, and how that has led to the position we find ourselves in. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble with my functioning of my pointing device at the moment. The mouse has gotten away from me. Sorry about that delay. So now to come to the questions that the board has raised. The first question asks about information requirements for water license applications that include mining in wetlands. And before I proceed to a response to that, there are some important caveats that we need to address and must be clear about. At this point, from our view, there should be no consideration of applications that include mining in wetlands, regardless of what information requirements the board defines. Before there is such consideration, we need more information about the past and current status and extent of wetlands and about effects of disturbing wetlands or converting wetlands. We must put protection measures in place where they're needed, and we need to define appropriate disturbance thresholds. And we must understand whether and how to reclaim wetlands and their functions. Essentially, we need to undertake the planning and implement the outcomes. Once we do reach a position where mining in some wetlands can be considered, we've identified 5 broad categories of information that must be included in any application that proposes mining in wetlands. These categories are consistent with the information that would be expected when seeking approval for any major mining or any major industrial activity. The slides I put together for these categories include some details, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to identify the categories and some key points about each one. The first category on this slide is about existing and pre-mining environmental and social-cultural conditions. And in his presentation this morning, Mr. Jones identified a long list of specific information requirements. I won't repeat that. I will repeat that we do need an understanding of pre-mining conditions, for example, wetland extent. And this is particularly relevant for watersheds where there's already been substantial disturbance of wetlands. When making future decisions about disturbance of wetlands, we need to understand the values and functions that were present before we began mining in those wetlands. You'll see that we also identified the need to include reference areas when we're characterizing existing conditions, because these will provide important context for interpreting future conditions and reclamation success. The second category of information, not surprisingly, is about the proposed project and its potential effects. What's the detailed plan for mine development and operation? What activities are planned, and how might these overlap with and affect wetlands or other important values? The third category which could in some ways be considered part of the mine plan, is a detailed reclamation plan for the whole mine, but of course our focus here today is on wetlands. To prepare a reclamation plan will require an understanding of the expected post-reclamation outcomes. What are the goals, the objectives? What's the expected post-project land use in both the short term and the long term? How will the plan achieve the objectives? How will the project achieve a no net loss wetland function outcome? And any reclamation plan must include a detailed estimate of the reclamation costs, the direct and indirect costs for a third party to carry out the reclamation plan. This estimate is critical for the board, interveners, and public government to be able to understand the risks of any proposed project and how to manage those risks. The fourth category of information is to demonstrate that the project is consistent with protection measures, land use plans, cumulative effect studies, and other studies and planning initiatives. The results of these important initiatives must be reflected in each application once those processes are complete. The fifth and final category of information for inclusion in future water license applications is about monitoring and adaptive management. Monitoring should aim to confirm that the project is performing as expected and that environmental and social-cultural effects are consistent with predictions. Adaptive management should be defined to identify when performance is heading in the wrong direction and to respond before unacceptable outcomes happen. Monitoring has to continue through the operating, reclamation, and post-reclamation phases until results demonstrate that reclamation has been successful and will continue to be into the far future. That's what is expected for most industrial developments and should be for placer mining. The board's second question is a two-part question, first asking about wetland conservation, development, and utilization objectives for watersheds, and second, asking how to address these in an individual application basis. With respect to watershed objectives, you've already heard TH's view that planning initiatives supported by things like cumulative effect studies are the right and only appropriate place to set watershed objectives. The Dawson Regional Land Use Planning Commission is one important planning initiative, and it has begun its planning work. In submissions to the Planning Commission, TH has identified conservation priorities for the region, including priority wetlands that should be protected and off limits from industrial development. That, of course, is only one of the major planning initiatives that needs to be done. When it comes to watershed-based objectives for wetlands, there are some important concepts that need to be addressed through the planning initiatives. Before any disturbance of wetlands, we need to establish appropriate thresholds that define the level of acceptable disturbance. Scott Smith this morning highlighted the importance of defining these thresholds so that we can understand what levels of protection are needed in any specific watershed. When setting these thresholds, we need to consider the historic extent of wetlands, because otherwise we will fail to address the cumulative effects that have already occurred. In the meantime, we need to apply a precautionary approach. The one thing that all presenters so far today seem to agree about, that we have an inadequate understanding about status of wetlands and important potential effects of disturbance. That must lead us to curtail disturbance, not to blindly continue our past approaches. In addition to the disturbance thresholds, two additional concepts need to be addressed when developing watershed objectives. Objectives must direct us to no net loss of wetland function at the watershed level, and you've heard about those functions from several presenters today. And if there are wetlands where we are currently unable to restore function, then those wetlands must be protected. So to the second part of the question, how to address the watershed objectives through individual applications. First, we have to wait until the watershed management objectives and regimes have been addressed through planning processes. Once that is complete and the appropriate management regime is in place, only then can we proceed to considering applications that entail mining in wetlands. At that point, we find ourselves in a position to consider mining that would disturb wetlands, subject to the outcomes of the planning process. The board will be able to apply appropriate disturbance thresholds, implement other objectives, for example, no net loss, This might mean that there will have to be temporal and geographic spacing of projects and requirements for successful reclamation of some areas before other areas are open for mining. There may also be constraints on the types of activities that could lead to disturbance of wetlands. The board's third question then asks specifically about wetland reclamation objectives. For new projects, such objectives would only come into play once the planning processes are complete, and we've identified areas where mining may and may not disturb wetlands. TH has drafted wetland reclamation guidelines following some discussions with Yukon government about guidelines, including our review of draft guidelines prepared by YG. We'll provide those guidelines, the TH guidelines, as part of our written submission. Those do identify a broad reclamation goal to preserve wetland functions by mimicking the natural site. More specific objectives arise from the goal. The priority for reclamation where disturbance would be allowed is to restore wetlands and their function by replacing wetlands with the same class of wetland. If we can't do that, then at the least we must restore the wetland functions. Our team, of course, has also raised concerns about the cost of wetland reclamation and the need for that cost to be taken into account when planning projects. Security bonding based on fully costed reclamation liabilities will lead proponents to make project feasibility decisions that consider the full reclamation costs. It will also help manage reclamation liability risks for public government and ultimately ensure more effective reclamation of mining disturbances in TH's traditional territory and the rest of the Yukon. Finally, we want to highlight the importance of performance monitoring. Proponents must do the monitoring to understand whether the reclamation has been successful and fix things that don't work. Monitoring must continue in the post-reclamation period until successful long-term performance has been confirmed. That's the conclusion of my presentation, Mr. Chair. Before I move on to the next stage of our presentation, I want to acknowledge the people on the TH team who are not speaking today, but who have been major contributors, especially Ms. Kay Lindley and Ms. Kirsten Scott, both staff of TH. And I'm going to turn over to Mr. Micah Clark from Aldridge and Rosling, where he's a lawyer, and I'll leave him to move on to our next stage of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And before I move on, I just want to confirm that the board can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. And in the little time that's left for us, Mr. Chair, what I'm going to do as the last speaker on behalf of TH today is just provide some context for what you've heard that comes before us and to provide some general recommendations for the board. Recommendations for what TH says can come out of this public interest hearing to address the issues that have been spoken about so far by the presenters that have come before me. And I think what we've heard so far today, and indeed just the fact that this hearing is even happening, I think is a reflection of the fact that the current regulatory situation for placer mining and wetlands is untenable. It's not something that is working for any party, and certainly TH. And I'm just going to quickly walk through the situation, and Mr. Chair, your comments earlier this morning touched on that current context right now, and I'm just going to focus on that a bit. YG's presentation was very much focused on things that may be done and plans that may be developed and policies that may be developed in the future, but of course this public interest hearing is happening now in the current climate. And what is that? Well, as we know, and as Bill touched on and you did earlier, Mr. Chair, that current situation is YESAB, the body that's created under TH's final agreements and the other final agreements to look at the socioeconomic risk of projects, has consistently over the years looked at mining in wetlands and determined on the basis of traditional knowledge and scientific information, scientifically supportable conclusions that, and they've therefore recommended repeatedly that mining in undisturbed wetlands should not occur. And they've made that recommendation repeatedly, and they found that placer mining in wetlands can lead to irreversible loss. Yukon government has then repeatedly varied that recommendation in its decision documents to say that perhaps mining can occur, but first the miner has to develop a wetlands reclamation plan that's approved by the chief of placer and mining land use. And we heard of what YG may do in the future, but that's what they're doing right now. That's the context that we're in right now. And so YESAB concluding on a scientifically supportable basis that mining should not occur in undisturbed wetlands, and YG then varying that to say that perhaps they can, that is to TH an untenable situation that should be addressed through this public interest hearing. Because miners then get their licenses from this board, and the licenses carry over the decision document terms that contemplates mining activities in undisturbed wetlands if they get a wetlands reclamation plan approved by the chief of placer mining. And what that situation creates, Mr. Chair, is that this board, the body with licensing authority under TH's final agreement and with authority under the Waters Act to regulate the use of waters in this territory and to make sure the objectives of Chapter 14 in the Waters Act are met, does not have oversight or power of approval over wetland reclamation plans about water, and to TH that's untenable. And what the situation does, in our view, Mr. Chair, is it kicks the ball down the road. It gives rise to unnecessary risk and regulatory uncertainty. Instead of participating in the YESAB process and this board's licensing process and all the parties coming out with an understanding of and with certainty of what use and reclamation of waters is going to be, we have lingering uncertainty. Will undisturbed wetlands be mined? We'll see. Will reclamation plans be developed and approved? We'll see. What will the terms of those plans be? We'll see. And all this uncertainty takes place after the board has issued its license and exercised its authority. And in TH's view, that's anathema to Chapter 14 and the Waters Act. And TH certainly understands that the destruction of wetlands that we've heard about so far today and this current situation was not created by the board, and it's a bigger problem, and the factors that lead to it are not all within the board's powers to address. But one of the main problems that we've heard, and Bill just touched on it, is the situation that projects in wetlands are approved on an application by application basis. And we now know they're being approved despite not knowing things such as what's the cumulative impact to wetlands complexes that have already occurred to date, and how much further damage can that wetland complex take. We don't know the answers to those questions, and licenses are being issued despite that lack of knowledge. And so what this public interest hearing does, in our view, Mr. Chair, is it provides an opportunity for a pause, to step off this treadmill of approving projects on a license application basis, and to step back and say, what's the situation? And in TH's view, it's entirely appropriate for the board to do that. The board has, again, licensing the authority under Chapter 14 of our final agreement. And that one objective of Chapter 14 has been referred to a few times today, but it's to maintain the water of Yukon in a natural condition while providing for its sustainable use. And I think what we've heard so far today is that placer mining in certain wetlands classifications changes it. It changes the natural condition, and it's not sustainable. It's something that is irreversibly changed. And so in that context, Mr. Chair, TH is providing its recommendations at a general level. And we'll start at this big picture, general idea, and move it down to the specifics of a license by license application. We understand that the board's questioning allows for that. And at the big picture, we've heard it a couple of times from the presenters that have come before me. What we want coming out of this, our first recommendation to the board, is for the board to make findings and determinations in its report for this public interest hearing that everyone can take guidance from on things such as the cultural values and traditional uses and current uses of wetlands by Yukon's Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities. Findings and determinations on the impact to those uses by the destruction or the conversion of wetlands. What wetlands classes can be reclaimed versus those that can only be converted to a different class, and then what are the impacts of changing those classes to something different, to changing it to a shallow pond, for example. And even with the board's findings and determinations from the report coming out of this hearing, what's clear and what we've heard today is that at a big picture level, YG has not made a decision on what wetlands in TH traditional territory and above should be protected and what wetlands should be made open to development. And the absence of that decision is a decision that all wetlands are open to development, and that's unacceptable. And so TH's view, and their second recommendation, Mr. Chair, and it's been stated by Chief Joseph before me, is a recommendation that unless and until there's a conclusive determination and understanding of whether a wetland complex can sustain further damage and that further activities in that wetland will not harm the functionality of that complex. The board simply reject license applications for mining activities in wetlands. And we understand that's not something that can be said in a report for this board, that you couldn't fetter your discretion on application by application basis, but you certainly have the power to reject licenses. And that was referred to in Ms. Pollock's presentation. And we know that because TH negotiated that at 14.87 of its final agreement. That says, in deciding whether to issue a license, a decision of the board shall not conflict with the decision document. So you can decide not to issue a license, and we would ask the board to exercise that in the absence of the information that we have on wetlands complexes. In addition to that power, obviously, that the board can exercise unilaterally, the board can also make a recommendation to the Commissioner and Executive Council under Section 18 of the Waters Act, that they exercise their power under Section 32 to direct the board not to issue further licenses for a specified amount of time, or to enable a comprehensive evaluation and planning to be carried out for wetlands complexes. And I know from the exchange earlier from one of the member statements that might not be something that the board is contemplating. And TH also understands that YG has recently refused that recommendation, but we push it again because this time things have changed. We now have further understanding from YESAD's continuing assessment of projects in wetlands, and the public and YG will have the benefit of the board's findings and recommendations coming out of this public interest hearing. Moving down from big picture to the application by application basis, TH's recommendations of the board accept its proposal on the 3 questions asked that were covered by Mr. Slater's presentation. I won't go over those given the time. And TH will also set out specific written submissions, specific comments on the board's information guidelines and their written submissions. So that at a level of generality in the time that was left to us, Mr. Chair, are TH's general recommendations at a level of generality, and we'll provide more specificity in the written submissions that we'll be filing. And subject to any questions from the board, that was our presentation. We thank the board very much for its time this afternoon.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm presuming now at this point that Mr. Slater, that the Trondik's entire presentation is concluded?
It's Bill Slater. Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. And so I don't know what the chair's preference would be. Certainly, if you have questions, we would be happy to take them now, or if you would prefer to do that in the morning, we're happy to do that as well. And if you feel a need to convene a little bit earlier for that, we can also consider that as well. Thanks.
Are there any questions? Perhaps we could take a couple of questions now. We're running close to 6 o'clock, which is past our time, but if there are any questions now, we could pose them now, or we could potentially put the questions as we've indicated to the Yukon government that we would put further questions to Trondek in writing and seek a response through written means if they're prepared and willing to do that. Are there any questions at this point that that the board has that they would like to? Mr. Hornsby.
Thank you. Very comprehensive presentation. So only one little clarification that I like is does TH have any particular guidance as to what the term irreparable harm would mean? I know it's a bit of a vague term, but if just a little bit of guidance that the board can consider in some of our deliberations. Thank you.
That's certain. I think I'll refer that question to Professor Foote.
If one considers wetlands valuable, then the loss of wetlands becomes an irreparable harm, financially, culturally, ecologically. I think that's the way I would transfer that from a social good to ecological good.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. We will, with that, we will deliberate and consider other questions and that we may have coming out of this hearing. We can either put them to the Trondeck representatives during the hearing, or we potentially could do this for answering questions after the hearing. So thanks very much for your presentation. And as we are now 5:45 Yukon time, we'll adjourn for the day and begin again tomorrow morning at 8:45. So thank you all for participating, and look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow morning.